complaint is what? Is that it focus on solution. You focus on solution. You won't just come to the group, to the WhatsApp group, and say everybody on the group is not serious. That is not constructive complaint. And I said, the moment your complaint is not constructive, it is a sign that you are irresponsible. So it justifies that first quote. It justifies the first quote. You understand? So, but if you would have said that, instead of saying everybody in the group are not serious, you would have just said our group seems uncoordinated. Can we assign clear roles and deadlines so everyone knows what to do? You understand? So it's better you come and say our WhatsApp group seems uncoordinated. Probably we need to change the team lead so things can come back to order. You understand what I'm saying? So that is a constructive complaint. You don't just come to the group and just say at the group that everybody in the group is just irresponsible. You understand? I remember there are times when I created a WhatsApp group. That WhatsApp group then in my university day, the focus was to help us revise each topic at every class end. I used to say, I'm not saying immediately we finish the class, talking about at night. So probably from 8 p.m. at night to 10 p.m. we do a revision of each topic we are taught. So now it got to a point where people were losing interest. Before we moved from about 100 persons being active on the group to 50, down to 10 persons, down to just the admin talking. The moment we noticed that thing, I had to call on the attention of people that, hello, why is the response on the group very low? Is it that we are now becoming to settle for a lesser result, or what? And at that point, people they sat up. Then we made the required changes. One of the required changes was that if you don't participate, you'll be removed from the group. And when it's time for exam, we won't add you to the group back. So people felt that if I'm being removed from this group at this point, it's going to affect me at the end of the day. So what is best for me is to participate. So if we have persons who will not be available on the group on that day, they will send a text to the admin. Let them know, I'm sorry admin, I won't be available at the group on the group platform today. Please, tomorrow I'll join the class. That is a constructive impact. But a destructive complaint would have just said, this group, everybody in this group is not serious, they're just full of frustration, just come and say nonsense. And that will not change the game. That's the second feature of a constructive complaint. The second feature of a constructive complaint says that it's focused on solution. That's what I just explained now. Then the third feature is it takes responsibility. Constructive complaint takes responsibility. Destructive complaint makes you very irresponsible. Now, why it takes responsibility is that you are not just blaming others. You are asking, what can I do? How can I help? You understand? Constructive complaint takes what? Responsibility. For example, you find yourself you came out from the house, then you realize that the passage where water follows has been blocked, and now it's raining. So the fact that it is raining, if this rain continues like this for 5 minutes, due to that blockage, water will start to pass from outside to they come to the house. You understand? So even rooms that water wouldn't have entered before, water will enter those rooms because of what? Because of that blockage. So instead of you to now come outside and be shouting, who blocked this? Who blocked this gutter? Why is this place blocked? Who do this? Who do that? You understand? Instead of you to say that, constructive complaint, what will help you to? You take responsibility. You would first go and look for what? How do I remove this blockage? How do I remove this blockage? How do I remove what? The blockage. So you move the blockage, you remove those things. When you remove those things, what will you do? You find solution that way. So when it rains, as it is raining, the water is passing through the right channel. But if you are waiting for someone else to come and do it, at that time probably the person is not around, probably the person who caused the blockage is not around. At the time you are waiting for the person to arrive, time keeps passing, then you cause more problem. You understand? So instead of you to have taken that responsible move, you are there complaining. So one of the features of what? One of the features of constructive complaint is what? Is that you take responsibility. Another thing is, constructive complaint is what? Is respectful. It is what? It is respectful and controlled. When you want to complain, constructive complaint, if perhaps in the hall you have friends who are shouting, you just do what? You just talk to them that, hello Modino, please, we are having conversation, reduce the volume, you reduce how you speak. You understand? That is constructive. That's what? That's constructive complaint. So you tell her in a very calm manner, because telling her in a destructive way might cause emotional outburst. So the moment she overreacts to your approach, then you might end up causing more harm than good. You might not even cause any good, because the moment she gets very mad and at the end of the day what you intend achieving, you do not achieve it. Instead of you to gain the audience attention, you are rather what? Gaining the audience irritation. You get the point? So it is respectful. Constructive complaint is respectful. Can you please drop the phone? Do you understand? The fact that you are pressing your phone is making you lose concentration. That is what? Constructive complaint. It is what? It is respectful. Not that you just come in to your teammate and say, everybody keep your phone, keep your phone. When I'm talking, you don't press your phone. That is not what? That is not constructive complaint. Because constructive complaint is what? It is respectful and what? Controlled. Another thing, another characteristics, another feature of constructive complaint is that it aims for change, not attention. Constructive complaint aims what? For what? For change. When I'm complaining that you don't use your phone, I'm doing that for change. So the reason why you know I'm doing it for change, because when I'm coming to you, I will approach you respectfully, with respect. That is constructive what? Complaint. You don't pass the front of the camera. If you would pass, you have to pass through the back. If you pass through the camera, if you pass through the front of the camera, you block the timer on the lectern. That is constructive complaint. You understand? So when you are doing, you are saying it with respect, you are saying it controlled, you don't let your emotion overtake you. That's constructive complaint. That's a feature. It aims at what? It aims for change, not attention. But the moment you come and say, hello, don't pass that please, there's that tendency that the person you are trying to correct will overreact and tell you that, are you okay? Why are you shouting at me like that? Must you shout? Do you understand? By so doing, you won't achieve your aim. Your aim is what? To correct. You get it? You won't achieve the aim. You won't achieve the aim. So now, I spoke about what? Types of complaint. You know, the origin of this statement was that quote that says complaining is an act of irresponsibility. Then from my research, I realized that it is in human nature that human complains. So now, where do we draw the line? What makes your complaint? What complaint makes you irresponsible? It's the destructive complaint. So now, if you must complain and still be a responsible person, you have to complain what? Constructively. That's what I'm telling you. Part of constructive complaint is that it is specific. You don't just come to the group and say everybody in the group are not serious. That's a destructive complaint. It's not making any sense. As a matter of fact, under linguistics, that's what we call empty filler. Doesn't make any sense. But when you come to the group and say, distinguished teammates, I'd come to realize that we are beginning to lose focus. Perhaps we would assign every one of us to a role. So now, what role? On the group, we are 7. So Michael, on Monday, you'll be the one in charge of the group. Well, on Tuesday, you'll be the one in charge of the group. So you assign roles to everybody in your message. By so doing, you know, in human nature, we like when you give us duties. Okay, I'm the one that controls Monday. That joy that, okay, as far I don't mind if you control me on Tuesday, but on Monday I'm controlling, isn't it? So from there, we are specific that we are beginning to lose focus. We have reduced from speaking for 3 hours to speaking for 30 minutes. You've what? You are specific. That is a feature of constructive complaint. And by so doing, people will look at, oh, I think Abraham is making sense. Okay, Abraham, no problem. I will tell Ibrahim that you already stated your point. Then you've what? You've made a solution. That was the first one I spoke about. The second one I spoke about was that after being specific, what else does constructive complaint do? Constructive complaint what? Is respectful. You just talk to people anyhow that. Hello. When I tell you not to pass in front of the camera, you don't pass in front of the camera. That's my trigger the person you are talking to. Instead of us to listen to you, or instead of him to listen to you, we will begin to argue. You first start with, do I look like a kid? How can you address me that way? So constructive complaint is what? Respectful, and it's aimed at what? Change. I spoke about it already. Your intention for complaining should be for the sake of change, not for the sake of attention. Not that you come and complain and say, what's happening? Why did we just have 30 chairs? What does the 30 chairs have to do with you? The required number of audience is 10 audience. So what's the problem that you have just 30 chairs? If you have 50 chairs, what changes will the 50 chairs make? The remaining persons who are supposed to come should stream online. Must they run down to this place? You understand? So now moving from complaining, from constructive complaint. You know, I said we have 2 types of complaint: constructive and destructive. So I've explained constructive. So now we are going to what? Destructive. So what is destructive complaint? It's the one that it is when someone points out problem without the intention of finding solution. Destructive complaint. they will always point out problem. This light is not working, that bulb is not working, they don't have any solution to provide you. They will always complain. They will see you, they will say, KSO, you want to go and speak today, you are not wearing cap. What does the cap have to do with the speech I want to make? Destructive complaint. The environment is bad, girls are walking naked. But if you go on TikTok, if you see girl dancing naked, you will like her post. They are just complaining without the intention of finding any solution. That's destructive complaint. So now, what are the features of destructive complaint? Number one is focus on only the problem, no solution. No solution, it only focus on the problem. You came to an environment like this and you say, why are you guys, why are you less than 10? And you have been in over 10 person. So you complain about you less than 10. After you complain about you less than 10, then you now say, this person is outside, I want to pick my jollof rice. You see some level of responsibility. So at the premium level, the highest level of substitution, very responsible. Does that justify the quote that says complaining is an act of irresponsibility? The destructive complaint justify the point, not the constructive complaint. The feature of destructive complaint is what? It's focus on only the problem. I remember those times in university, we had this boy join the student union government at that time. When he joined, he would always come and tell me that, KSO, I don't like the way the sitting is today. And I'll tell him, you don't like the way the sitting is today. What is it about the sitting that you don't like? He will say, I don't just like the way the speaker spoke, the way the honorables reacted. If you look at him, he's not specific. He can't point out one reason why he did not like it. He is just a complainer. He is just irresponsible. It's a feature of what? Destructive complaint. You just keep complaining. Just like one boy at that time, he said something. He said, I told him, I said, what happened to you? You've completed your O level. You are not planning on going to university. Then he said, there's no money. If I had father, I would have gone to university. I was like, my mom is catering for you. He said, yeah, my mommy, how much is she giving me? And I told him, I said, do you know who Barack Obama is? He said, Barack Obama. I said, yes, you've had the head of Barack Obama. I said, he was what? He was once United States president. I said, Barack Obama does not have a father like you. You do not have a father. But he became what? He became a president. I told him, the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, lost his father at tender age, like you, but became the president of Nigeria. I told him, I said, LeBron James, one of the greatest of all time in football, in basketball, at tender age, he does not have his father with him on his side. He was what? He was trained, he was catered for by just his mom. So I said, despite the fact, did anything happen? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. He still became successful. It does not stop his success. You know, he came with what? Destructive complaint. He was just what? He was just complaining. He was focusing on really the problem. He feel like the only problem he has is because he does not have a father. Father left me. That was just his complaint. I told him, I was constructive what? Complaint. It's what made me told him that we have people like Barack Obama, we have people like Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have people like LeBron James who had suffered, who had experienced the same thing you're experiencing at the moment, but they became a better person. And Abraham Lincoln said, if can, why can't I? I don't know if you get the quote. If can, why can't I? If can, why can't I? It's what brought us to this place today. Because the dean mother sat, the dean of School of Eloquence, sat down he thought of it. Ah, School of Eloquence has been working for over 2 decades, 20 years. If a school at New Zealand can do public speaking for 5 days and some hours, why can't School of Eloquence do the same thing? That's what. That is constructive complaint. And he came up with the idea. He said, let's go. If can, why can't? If New Zealand can do it, why can't Nigerian public speaker do it? I know the head of public speaker in Nigeria is who? It's only CSP. Came up with the idea. Let's go. Let's do it. And that's how the journey started. From day 1 to day 2, we crossed the normal day 5, we crossed the day 6, we crossed the day 10. That's times 2. Now we crossed day 14. We are moving close towards day 15. The mentality. The what? The mentality. If can, why can't I? Destructive complaint. It only focus on the problem. To not deal with the solution. It will just only keep focusing on the problem that people are bad. People are bad. This is bad. That is bad. You get? That is what? That is a future of destructive complaint. You see them? They won't listen. They won't listen to you. But they will come up with complaint later telling you, what did you say at that part? So another thing about another feature of destructive complaint is what? It is that it repeats the same issue. So now, when I say it repeats the same issue, it is not the issue repeating itself, it is the complainer repeating itself. You come up and say, why is everywhere stuffy? I said that before. She will go and come back again. And what's happening? Everywhere is hot. Everywhere is hot. But if she is a critical thinker, if she fall under the constructive complaint category, she would have known that the reason why the atmosphere is like that is because 1, it is raining, it is cold. Secondly, there is no power, and what we are living on at the moment cannot help us power all of these things. Constructive complaint is that won't help you find solution. But destructive complaint, it repeats the same issue. Of course, you came here around 4 a.m. You realize that everywhere is a little bit, it's not as cold as usual. Fine. So now you complained. Did your complaint power the gen? No. Did your complaint call NEPA to bring lights? No. That's why your complaint, electricity did not come. We are still using the solar. So now, after you had left at 4 a.m., you now came back again at 7 a.m. to complain again. Why is everywhere still hot? That is the characteristic of what? Destructive complainer. They are irresponsible. They what? They repeat the same issue without providing any solution. That's the characteristics. Another characteristics of destructive complaint is that it blames others. It do what? It blames others. You would hear that it's not my fault. It's their fault. The reason why the guest was unable to hand over the mic with 2 hands, you say it's their fault now. Aren't they seeing other people? At least they saw case when he passed the mic. They saw Mr. Ezekiah when he handed over the mic. You understand? That's how destructive complainer act. Now, but a constructive complainer would know that, what will they do? A constructive complainer, instead of complaining when there is problem, he will complain before the problem. By doing what? He will come to you and tell you that, hello guest, sorry sir, are you aware that when you want to hand the mic or you want to receive the mic, you have to do that with 2 hands? Do you understand? So you are informed, you are aware. constructive complainer would go and tell the person before the problem happen that excuse me sir, when you get before you get to the lecture you use your two hands to receive. When you are coming to the lecture you don't come with teleprompters. When you are coming to the lecture you do not come with tabs with laptops. A constructive complainer has informed the person ahead of time. But you see destructive complainer, he would not see anything. He would watch the guest come to the lecture with a personal computer. After coming with a personal computer, when people start saying, oh, how come, why would you do that, then those people complaining, they are part of who the destructive complainer, because they saw him when he came and none of them made that bold step of approaching him to tell him that excuse me sir, I'm sorry, are you aware of our rules here? I've told you many times now. There was even a point whereby last week at least 2 persons had the intention, I still corrected it today, they had the intention of coming up here with staff. The moment I observed it, I walk up straight to them and said, no, I'm sorry, do you have a speaker trigger? He said yes. He said where is it? He showed me the speaker trigger, it was blank. So perhaps he thought you gave him as an IV or as an evidence to just show that, oh, I'm at School of Eloquence today. Maybe that was what he thought. You understand? The moment I told him that, sir, you can't come here with the tab, you can't come here with the personal computer, you can't just come and place your computer here and be saying okay, the constructive complaint, destructive, no. And after explaining everything to him, he understood my point. It's not just he understood my point. Then he went back, he wrote his bullet points, then he came for his presentation. What did I do there? I find a solution. That is an example of what? Constructive complaint. But you see those people in the crowd who sat down, who watched him until he came up on stage to display that act, they will now start saying, you shouldn't have gone with that. Medicine after death. You understand the point? Medicine after what? Medicine after death. Another one is, aside from blaming others, another feature of destructive complaint is that it replaces action. It replaces what? Action. Destructive complaint has no action. The only thing that you will find in destructive complaint is that the person complaining will always keep talking. The road is bad, there is traffic every day, my workplace are not paying me very well, I don't like my BPA, NYS is stressful, they don't give us. That's a characteristic of that destructive complaint. You will always see reasons to talk. You always see reasons to do what? To talk. You always see reasons to talk. Tell me to find solution by telling Mr. Edkaya, please get ready for the next topic. Yes. So you do a constructive what? Complaint. That there is no person on ground after KSO. So Mr. Edkaya should do what? To get ready for the next topic. But instead, you watch and sit until KSO finish talking. Then when you now say, I would like to pass on the mic to the speaker, then there's nobody to accept the mic. Then I say, oh, you just cut us. But when you observe him, you're supposed to be observing. You're supposed to notice at that point where they are short of speakers. Destructive words complain replace action with what? With talk. It replaces action. The only thing you will just do is talking. No point. You only keep emphasizing on the problem. You will never come up with a solution. That is an example of what? A destructive complainer. A destructive what? Complainer. So now, you now ask yourself, when I started, I said there is a scholarly quote that says complaining is an act of irresponsibility. Then I myself, I sat down as human who thinks very well. Then I said, all complaint can't be an act of irresponsibility. Then now, what makes a complaint an act of irresponsibility? That's just it. Then I told you that we have a constructive and a destructive. I've explained the constructive, I've explained the destructive. Then now, the point is, why do people complain? First and foremost, people complain for what? For emotional release. What do you mean by emotional release? For example, someone who had gone to work from morning, he left work at 6 p.m. and while he was coming home, he spent, probably his intention was that he would be going on a date with the new lady he met by 8 p.m. So he had calculated that since he's leaving work at 6 p.m, he will get home at 7 p.m. Then he hit traffic and he was unable to reach home until around late night. Probably he got home around 10 p.m. You know that the date, the plan was that he would get to the date before 8 p.m. at night. But now, because of traffic, unforeseen circumstance, he did not arrive until around past 10. You know how disturbed is going to be emotionally, because he had already planned the date. He already sent the lady transport fare. He already bought himself the clothes he would wear on that date. But traffic has ruined everything. How kind of person might complain? Tell me reasons why people complain. Emotional release. I just complain to just feel relief emotionally that no for this traffic. No for this traffic. I wouldn't have gone to this place late. All these things caused by this traffic. And we begin to complain. And that one is the desire for validation. It's another reason why people complain. The desire for validation is another reason why people want to complain. For example, a student wrote an exam and he did not do the exam very well. You now see them asking their friends that, what do you feel about the exam? Isn't that exam hard? The friend will not tell you that the exam is hard, very hard. You understand? He's seeking for validation so that he will know that, hope I'm not the only one that will fail this course. Hope you are much. One of the reasons why people complain. What? To seek the desire for validation. The desire for validation. Are these people watching me? What's wrong? You understand? That's how to share. That's how to move from what? From constructive. That's one of the reasons why people complain. The desire for validation. This exam is difficult. This exam is difficult. Fine. But now when I meet the other person that, what do you feel about this exam? The desire to seek validation. And that is why people complain is what? Avoidance of responsibility. They will tell you, the reason why I'm not voting is because I know vote does not count. Can you hear that statement? The reason why I'm not voting is because I know vote does not count. And I can't keep wasting my vote. Avoidance of responsibility. Simple responsibility itself. Because when you avoid that simple responsibility, then you just sit on the fence. All in the name of complaining. That's another reason why people complain. I mentioned 3 reasons. I said emotional release, avoidance of responsibility. I said desire for what? For validation. Another reason why people complain is what? Social bonding. Social what? Social bonding. You know there are many persons who became friends because one person was complaining about the other person. You understand? Maybe someone walk into an organization, then he said, don't you see the way the bank receptionist used to attend to us? She doesn't attend to us with manners. The next person will say, oh, I thought I'm the only one that used to observe it. She doesn't talk with manners as well. Observe that. Then they begin to what? To talk about her till you realize that there's no time again. Today's our wedding. You understand what I'm saying? So people complain for the sake of social bonding, because they know you've gotten to a stage now. If I tell this man that, bro, this switch is very hard, very hard, I'm complaining, isn't it? Yes, I'm complaining. But the moment the guy tells me that, this switch is hard as well, social bonding, everybody, you not do what you become. You say, we are all one. Why? Because your idea is the same. The same way he's complaining about how long his speech is. The same way you're also complaining. Why do people complain? For the sake of social bonding. Another reason why people complain is that, I've mentioned emotional release, desire for validation, avoidance of responsibility, and social bonding. Don't forget, complaining becomes irresponsibility when it replaces action. Don't forget, action is what? Solution. The moment you stop looking for solution, your complaint start representing irresponsibility. So now, what is the psychological impact of complaining? The first psychological impact is what? It reinforces a negative mindset. If you are used to complaining that no, it's not possible, we cannot go and do a bad exam. Anyway, I say we should write letter, 3 letters, we can't write letter. They said, anybody who writes the letter, the best among them will collect 5 million. They start to feel like, I lie. I've known NYSC right from time. They can't drop such amount. And you go and pass the commission to other people that, NYSC just lied to us now. They said they will give us 5 million if you do writing. You have to come and write. And I told them that me am at the moment, I don't think I can write anything. You understand? So the psychological impact of complaining is that it reinforces negative mindset. The moment you tell other persons that there's no point doing the exam, because they first qualify those that are close to edge and everybody, for example. So that person will know what will carry that mindset along to the next place is going to, or she's going to. Serious way in the country. That's the point. It reinforces what? Negative mindset. And that psychological effect for complaining is that it builds victim mentality. You always see yourself as a victim. You always see yourself as what? As a victim. There's traffic, you got home late, I'm the victim. You do exam, you score low in the exam, you see yourself as a victim. Because at the first place you've already said, this teacher, anytime he gives you exam, the exam is always hard, or our exam is always hard. You understand the point? Another thing is what? It reduces problem solving ability. If you complain too much, your ability to solve problem will reduce. Because in complaint, there is no problem solving. In destructive complaint, not constructive complaint. I told you we have constructive complaint and destructive complaint. So the moment you are practicing destructive complaint, distinguished guests, the moment you are practicing destructive complaint, from that moment your problem solving skill will reduce, because it's only a constructive complaint. That's where we have finding a solution. In destructive, you don't have it. So just keep saying it's none of my business, it's none of my business, and that's how your problem solving skills will start reducing. Just imagine when we started this speech, on those days where we were short of speakers, if some speakers had gone home by thinking they can't do it, what do you think will happen to us today? But that mindset of we can do it, let's strategize, problem solving what mentality, because what, because we complain constructively. And what's our problem? Our problem is, you, what can you do? Why can't you go from 20 minutes to 3 hours? Constructive what? Okay. So another thing, another psychological impact of complaining with Mr. Iskaya is what? Is it causes emotional exhaustion. You get exhausted emotionally. When you complain too much, you get exhausted emotionally. You begin to feel like the people around you does not like you, there's a problem somewhere. That's it. Moving on, after psychological impact, I'll be talking about the social impact of destructive complaint. Social impact, it creates a negative environment. It creates a what? A negative environment. Imagine someone just came to Nigeria today and you told the person that the traffic in Lagos State will take you 4 hours before you get home. You know, someone who had another plans, the moment he hears that it will take you 5 hours for you to get home, hope that would have gotten to the 20 minutes. From that moment, you start drawing a plan how you will work your way. Do you understand? It creates negative environment. You start to think that, oh, what's the point? What's the point? The only thing you just see is complain. Okay, the cameraman is seated because we are less than 10. Tell you to come to the back and check if the camera are well positioned. The next thing you just do is negative what environment. You keep telling people that what is wrong with them? They don't even have cameraman, they don't have this, they understand? That's the point. Another thing about another effect on destructive complaint and that social effect is what? Is that it weakens teamwork. When someone complains too much, the teamwork in a group reduces. It reduces teamwork. Another social effect is that it reduces leadership what? Quality. Because as a leader, you don't complain, you find solution. The moment you start complaining as a leader, that you stay and look at it that there's no light here, I can't stay here, there's no light here, I cannot stay here, and you are less than 10. The gen you can't fix, NEPA office you can't call. So how do you solve a problem? Introduce what? Leadership skills. As a leader, you have to do what? You have to be the first person in that hall. That place that they say is that sit down, tell them it's just for the main time. After a few minutes, everything will come back to order. Your speeches are not waste. You make the person know. The person know. That thing is what? What are the solutions? What are the what? Solutions. Mr. Ezike, what are the solutions? Solution 1. Shift from complaining to what? To responsibility. Shift from what? Complaining to responsibility. Everybody say it. Shift from complaining to responsibility. Change your mindset. You know the quote says, complaining is an act of irresponsibility. And I'm telling you that complaining is not an act of irresponsibility, because in human nature, complaining is part of it. But what makes you irresponsible is the type of complaint you choose. We have the word constructive complaint and the destructive complaint. So now, if you belong to that destructive complaint era, move from that era to what? Constructive complaint. And I told you what destructive complaint is about. That destructive complaint is always focusing on the problem. problem is that place is dark, that place is dark, the camera cannot work, the camera cannot work. That's the complaint. Just understand. What constructive complaint was, the light will affect the camera. Are you sure? Go and check. You check, you use the camera flashlight. You realize that everything is stable. That was constructive. But if it was destructive, you just said it can't work, it can't work. And I said constructive complaint is what? Under constructive complaint, it is respectful. You saw the way the videographer spoke about the light. It was calm. If he had spoke in a disrespectful manner, probably the person who ordered him to off the light would react. And by so doing, will there be solution? No. It will double or it will even triple the problem. And I said constructive complaint do more of action. Destructive complaint do more of what? Talking. The action that he would do what? He moved from where he was sitting to checking the camera if everything is in order. But if it was destructive complaint, he won't move, he will just be talking. I can see the camera from here, the camera is on 360 degrees. If it was not there, it would have connected to my head, I would have knew. Hey, you get the point. So you have to change your mindset first from complaining to what? Taking responsibility. Another thing is adopt a solution oriented mindset. The solution to destructive complaint is what? Adopt a solution oriented mindset. Remember when I was to lead an election and I realized that the persons we were commutating with are not aligning with us because they said they have what we have, and they are not willing to give up what they have for what we have. Then I did something. I said, okay, since I am the face of the department and I had said I would not contest, probably let me just go and contest. So while I contest, I will do what? I will give them pressure. So now their priority is that they become the president. Now I'm contesting as president. So the moment they saw me contesting as president, then they will come and say, yes, so you know our priority is president. I say, okay, you know what? My priority is now the welfare, it's not the president. So you will tell your welfare to step down. I will give you my presidency vote. Then you will give me your welfare vote. Do you understand? You do what? You adopt solution oriented mindset. That's how I won an election. Because at that time I was not interested in the office. I'm of one opinion that office will not make you work well. That's the way I feel. I feel without the office I can always do extraordinary things. So I didn't even want the office. But the moment I realized that the people we are contesting against, they didn't want to give us anything. And there were times where we are giving them our own votes. I said, okay, no problem now. Well, come out now. Maybe you want presidency, I will come out presidency. The moment they saw just one graphics, even the student population never knew I was also okay. The moment someone sent the graphics to faculty group, I was seeing it across everywhere. Even people I did not send them, they just say, hey, kingmaker, kingmaker, just from everywhere. By so doing, it became more a threat to them. They knew if you had gone out like that, they would lose hopefully. They came back. Then we spoke. Adopted what? A solution-oriented mindset. So for you to adopt a solution-oriented mindset, the first question you must ask is, what exactly is the problem? In an environment where you realize that things are not going well, you are in that society, you ask question, what has gone wrong? What has gone wrong? Why is it that when rain falls, there's always flooding? at some places in Oshodi. First question you ask yourself is, oh, this is the reason. Why? After answering why, then what is the solution? That's a constructive complainer. For a destructive complainer, he has no good solution. All he had come to do is what? To complain, to make him that thing is bad. And that one is turn complaints into action. I told you. And a constructive complaint is an action. But now, WHO, in the package they sent to me, they sent the package that you have that thing you use in protecting yourself. Move from what? From complaint into action. Take actions. Don't just come and say everywhere is dirty. If you take an action by picking the broom first, if you sweep the first seat, there's a high tendency that people around you will join you in sweeping. Even if they do not join you, at least the moment you swept the order, you solve the problem. You don't complain into action. Because while you are complaining, Joy can tell you that, are you expecting me to sweep for you? Am I even your mate? I'm an ex-core member. So okay, so stop talking to me like that. You are still a core member. Do you understand? That's where everything will start from. You turn complaint into action. So, as KSO who does not want problem, I'll just pick the room and sweep. So someone will not tell me the year I started NYSC. Do you get it? Or you tell Dr. T, please pick that. I tell him to pick. I'm a doctor. Do you know what it takes me? I did NYSC in 1964. It was me and Yakubu Gowon that started. Then you start hearing history. Do you understand? I was in the planning committee with the likes of Gia. On that day, June 12th, when Moshood Abiola was moving, we were together. I was the one with Showore. You will start hearing all of those things. You know, destructive complaint has to do with talking. You just keep talking, does it talk. For constructive complaint, you will take action instead of talking. You will listen. You see those destructive complainers, in a few minutes now, they will ask me by saying, sorry, I didn't get your point. They won't get my point. Why? Because they are destructive complainers. Even the person that is correcting someone now has joined the other person in what? In the conversation business. Do you get the point? So you will now be wondering why the person who handed the mic to me, who spoke about being responsible, is now irresponsible. Do you understand? Constructive complaint and destructive complaint. You are lucky that in the first 30 minutes I was there somnambulizing. Portuguese we call it there somnambulizing. I was sleepwalking. But the moment I'm back to life, you can see people are misbehaving. This topic was to defend you, not just to defend you, to speak and correct some mentality that's been passed to the head of humanity. Because the scholar said complaining is an act of irresponsibility. And I'm against the opinion. Because you have to specify that at what point do complaining become an act of irresponsibility. Do you understand? So what if it's not convenient for you? You make a point. So now, were you following when I was talking about constructive complaint and destructive complaint? If you just come and tell me that it is not convenient for you, it is destructive complaint. It is not what? It is not bringing any solution. You will tell me why it is not convenient for you. Probably you are saying, this room is not convenient for me because I am not okay with staying up at night. That's constructive. So now we would find a way to what? To replace you with someone who is at the hostel at the moment, who will be taking your place at night. Then during the day you will stay up. Instead of you coming during the day, you sleep at that corner for 5 hours. then you move to the other place, you sleep for 3 hours. Then if I ask you, you say you come to do night. Do you understand? That is what destructive complaint. You just keep talking, no solution. Do you understand? So now, part of the solution, the fourth solution is what? Take personal ownership. Take what? Take personal ownership. Don't say because the School of Eloquence has signed the form for Guinness World Record, so it is not your business if anything happens. Take personal ownership. If you realize that the guest has come in, meet the guest and ask the guest. You don't have to wait for the staff, because at the end of the day, if anything happened to the Guinness World Record attempt, it's your effort that is going to waste, not just the staff effort. So you meet guests, meet the fine lady. Hello madam, welcome. Will you be speaking? Oh yes, I'll be speaking. Oh fantastic. Are you aware of how we hand over the mic? So yeah, I'm aware. 2 hands, yes, good. So at the end, when you are about to round up your speech, don't forget to say in conclusion, so the next speaker will be aware that you are concluding soon. And when you conclude, you tell the person that I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. You don't just throw the mic at the person. You understand? Those orientation. So if you have taken personal ownership, you won't be waiting for the next person. You won't be waiting for the staff to make correction. You'll be waiting for the registrar to come and tell you that, sir, this is how you do things. And that's why there were many rehearsals before this speech. The rehearsal was to orientate you so that you will prevent errors from happening. The rehearsal was not just there for your own benefit. The rehearsal was there so that you will not just control yourself, but to control how other persons will behave. And the last solution is that encourage constructive communication. Encourage what? Encourage constructive communication. So now, what have I spoken about so far? I spoke about what? Complaining. Then I said the word of the scholar that says complaining as an act of irresponsibility is not justifiable, because complaining is part of what? It's part of that. It's part of human factor. Human beings naturally complain. So now, where do we draw the line? Where do complaining becomes an act of irresponsibility? And I said we have what? The constructive complaint and the what? The destructive complaint. Then I said what distinguishes between the constructive complaint and the destructive complaint is that the constructive complaint has the first feature. What is the first feature? It is specific. Specific in what sense? You don't just come to your place of work and say everything about this place is bad. That's destructive. But as a constructive person, you would say, I think the delay in feedback is affecting the progress of the job. So now you've pointed what? You've pointed the problem. That's what makes you a responsible person. You've cited that this is the problem, this is the reason why we are experiencing delay. So now, the moment you have cited that point, you will call the staff to order. That please, audience, the reason why we are suffering progress is because you don't let us know quick who is speaking next. Do you understand? Constructive complaint. Not that you just come in and say, everybody, you are not coordinated. That's destructive. And destructive is what? It's an act of irresponsibility. So another form of constructive complaint is what? It focuses on solution. Do you understand? It focuses on what? Solution. You don't just say everybody in the group is not serious, or you just say all the audience listening to me at the moment, they are not serious. You are not what? You are not focusing on solution. But when you call the first person, please rise. When you say rise, then you ask A question. The moment you said she should rise, you've called the attention of everybody. After 3 or 4 questions, they will come back to the same page as you are. A constructive complaint. A constructive complainer do what? Focus on solution. Another thing about constructive complaint is what? You take responsibility. You take what? Responsibility. Please answer. You take what? You take responsibility. You don't wait for the next person to come and correct errors. You understand? You are well aware that the next person going to speak is a guest, and perhaps this guest is not aware of how you hand the mic. So it is your right. It is expected that you tell the next guest that, excuse me sir, are you the next person? Yes. Please, when you get to where you be receiving the mic, receive the mic with your 2 hands and not 1 hand. You take responsibility. I explained that. So another thing I spoke about is, I said constructive complaint is what? It's respectful. When you are complaining, you calmly tell the person that, please, you don't pass the middle, because while you pass, you are obstructing the cameras. Not that you just come and say, hello, no, behave yourself, come to this side. By doing that, the person might react bad by saying, why will you talk to me in that manner? Then the conference room will become a room of confession. You now start saying, do you know the difference between me and you? I'm a staff, you're a core member. You're shouting at me like that. Do you understand? Then you cause destruction. Destructive complaint always lead to destruction. That's just the fact. And it is the peak act of irresponsibility. And lastly, I said, under constructive complaint, I said it aims for change, not attention. The moment you want to correct the other person and you are ranting, it shows that what you needed there, you wanted an attention. You want the whole street to know that, oh yes, you are good at talking, you are a noise maker. You understand? Constructive complaint does not aim at attention. You correct respectfully, and you are doing that for what? With the intention of expecting change. Then destructive, on the other hand, destructive complaint do what? It focus on only problem, and that is why it's destructive. We will always tell you that people are not serious. That's what it's going to tell you. After telling you that people are not serious, ask him what next. Tell me why the people are not serious. He won't say anything. And that's why when I was in the university, there is this lecturer, Professor Bello. You don't come and tell Professor Bello that, ma, the book is bad. She will tell you to get out. Because she will tell you, you are telling me the book is bad, you are not communicating. What is bad about the book? What is bad about the book? I remember when someone went to meet her, the person said, excuse me, I want to see you. And he said, are you sure you are studying English? You are seeing me and you are asking me you want to see me. If there's any problem, state the problem, then leave. So, destructive complaint focus on what? Only the problem. At the end of the day, a destructive complainer will never come out with a solution. He will tell you about moral contradiction. After telling you about moral contradiction, when you get to the hall where she's supposed to listen, she'll be the one making noise. Who is contradicting moral? That's an act of what? Irresponsibility. Destructive complaint. Only the complaint, no solution. One of the characteristics of destructive complaint is that the person who is participating will keep repeating the same issue. Repetition. She will tell you that all of you are not coordinated. She said it about 4 hours ago. When she come back again, she will tell you again that all of you are not coordinated. But the reason why you are not coordinated, she will not going to tell you. Do you get? So that's why yeah, Professor Fakoya then at Lagos State University. So you know what Professor Fakoya does? The moment you realize that when we sit down with opposite sex, opposite gender, that we don't pay attention in the class. So now you now employ this style. If he is a Muslim, I would have said it's because he's a Muslim, but he's not even, he's far from being a Muslim, he's a Christian. So whenever we get to his class, he will tell you that this row, these two rows is for guys. Then you leave a passage. This two row is for the ladies. You have cited the problem that whenever you are in the classroom, if you are allowed to sit together with opposite gender, you don't pay attention. And he has employed a style. Then I realized that ever since he has been doing that, the level of concentration in the classroom increased. Do you understand? He is not just complaining. He has come to realize that when they sit down with opposite gender, they misbehave. That is when the other person will remember that, oh, let me go and collect Joy's phone number. Then you start, you know when you want to collect phone number, you don't just go straight to phone number, you start from, what's your name? I think I saw you yesterday on your way to the hotel. You are walking with one leg. What happened to you? Were you sick? Do you understand? So you start like that. From there, destruction. Do you get? The other thing is that it replaces action. Destructive complaint replaces action. The only thing destructive complaint does is just to talk, keep talking. You just keep talking. It replaces action. At the point where the club complainer is supposed to come and tell you that, please bring your topic so we can know you are the next speaker. You won't do that. A destructive complainer, what the destructive complainer will do is, the person will just be looking at you. Then you'll be telling the person at the back that, just calm down, look, you see that they will soon make mistake now. That's what they do. They will soon make mistake, just watch. Have you seen that he has made mistake? That's what I'm telling you. They are never coordinated. Do you understand? So then I now explain to you that why do people complain? I told you, one, they complain for emotional release. Probably someone who left work at 6 p.m. in Lagos with the intention that at 7 p.m. he will get home. Then at 8 p.m. on that same day, he has a date with a lady. So now, he left work at that 6 p.m. as planned, but traffic did not allow him to get to his house until 10:30. Is the date workable anymore? It's not workable because he still has to go to work on the next day. Then he might be frustrated. Despite my plan, it's not working. Are we going to say he's a destructive complainer? No. He's complaining about what he planned for. So that was why I'm saying not every complainers are irresponsible. You understand? He's complaining about the traffic. But despite my plan, of course he's used to the road. Nothing of such has ever happened. Do you understand? But because on that day, probably about 2 cars stopped on the highway. One on the going lane, the other one on the coming lane. So that is a very serious problem. So that has disrupted his plan for the date. So he might complain so that he can release for the sake of emotional release. That's why I say one of the reasons why people complain is because for the sake of emotional release. If not because of this traffic. Don't you feel it? There are some times where you will feel like something is bothering you, but you want to just say it out. The moment you say it, you feel what? You feel relief. That's one of the reasons why some people complain. Another reason why people complain is what? The desire for validation. The desire for what? For validation. Someone will just come and see you and tell you that, Felicia, don't you realize that speaking at night is very hard? Just to validate the fact that he feels speaking at night is very hard. Then when she meets Felicia, it's honestly speaking at night is very, very difficult. Then on their way going, they now meet Mr. Ezekiah. They now ask him that speaking at night is it not very hard? He now say no, it's not hard. You know they will change the way they feel towards him instantly. That's you. You don't start. Muslim. Eh? Is night meant for people to work? Do you understand? So people complain to what? To seek validation. Another reason is to what? To avoid avoidance of responsibility. Avoidance of what? Responsibilities. That is voters. They will tell you, on election day, I would rather play football, I would rather sit on the round table mixing Pepsi and whiskey together than going to vote at the polling unit. If you not ask him why, if you ask her why, she will tell you because my vote does not count. Have you seen it? Is that not complaint? Why is she complaining? Avoidance of responsibility. Because she wants to avoid a particular task. That's why she's what? She is complaining. Then I said another reason why some people complain is for the sake of what? Social bonding. This social bonding, I call it gossip. I call that social bonding what? Gossip. But at times it might not be gossip. But the way I view it, for the sake of social bonding, let me now explain it to you. You see, people will come and complain that, Alpha, what do you feel about that tea? Don't you notice that there was salt in the tea? Do you understand? From that moment, Jay will now tell you that there's salt inside the tea. Or did they put salt in tea? From there they have started doing what? They have started bonding. That's the reason why some people complain. They have started what? They have started bonding. Then the next time when they go, when they serve another tea, they will say, first test it. Let's be sure there's no salt inside this tea today. Do you understand the point? So now, don't forget, complaining becomes irresponsibility when it replaces action. Humans are expected to take actions. The moment you take actions so there can be solution, that makes you a responsible person. And that falls under what? Constructive complaint. Do you get the point? So now, moving on to the psychological impact of complaining. The first impact psychological is what? It reinforces negative mindset. It reinforces what? Negative mindset. The one who complains does not see any positivity. If you tell everybody in the group are not serious, let's just stop using this group. Well, a constructive complainer will say, probably we should assign roles to every person on this group. Eunice will speak on Monday, Tunde will speak on Tuesday, Paula will speak on Wednesday. Then after assigning 7 days rule to 7 persons on the group, then the group will come back to life. And I spoke about another psychological effect is what? It builds victim mentality. Mentality of, if I vote, my vote won't count. So what's the point? Do you understand? Then I spoke about the social impact. The social impact is what? It creates negative environment. It creates what? Negative environment. Negative environment in what sense? You stop seeing that winning mentality because you have complained. You did not bring up solution. So that mentality of we can speak, 5 persons can speak at least for 24 hours. Then you now shift from no, it's not possible. How will I speak for 24 hours? Then you now move from that place to what? To speaking for 30 minutes. Then you end the race. Do you get it? Then complaining, one of the social impacts it has is that you reduce leadership qualities. Because your quality as a leader can never grow as long as you are complaining. Then I spoke about the solution. What is the solution? I said shift from complaining to taking responsibility. Change your mindset. Change your mindset. When you see anything wrong, you don't have to wait for the leader to correct it. you correct it yourself. If there are 10 persons in the hall, which is very clear that if you are less than 10 there will be problem, you don't have to wait for the coordinator to come and tell you that. Don't let the 10th person go out. When you opened your eyes, the 10th person leave, and probably problem came up. And after the problem came up, you now say, if I knew I would have just didn't you know? Is he not aware? You know he's aware. But at times it's important you call people to attention. Another thing is adopt a solution oriented mindset. When there's a problem, what's the problem? The problem is that we have one PC for editing, right? So now you think about how will this one PC work? Not that you just keep condemning. Then you take personal ownership. This is very, very important. You don't wait for people that are assigned to do the duty to do it. At times, the persons who are assigned to do the duty, they might be overworked. Do you understand? They may have too many things to do. So that's where you come in. Because when the workload is too much, people tend to forget things. Do you understand? Imagine I have to teach in the morning. After teaching, I have to go and pick my son in school. After picking him in school, I have to do something. Do you understand? Then the same me is me you are expecting that I would do a graphic design for you. I may forget. But as team members that can do the graphic design, you can just sit down and do it. You don't have to wait for the coordinator to come and do it by himself. You get the point? Finally, as I conclude, if everyone complains, if every complaint our action, our society will be transformed overnight. Do you understand? All of the complaints we all make, the leader is bad, this one is not good, you are supposed to be the one that is doing this thing, not me. It's your role as a staff to watch the place, not my role. If we turn our complaints to action, our society will become a better place overnight. Do you get it? So we have to move from destructive complaint to constructive complaint. And don't forget that in constructive complaint, it is compulsory that you work. It's compulsory that you take action. It's compulsory that you develop solution, problem solving skill. You know there's a problem. The problem is we are less than 15 speakers. And nobody is coming. Probably there is a curfew outside. So now, how can we make this 15 speaker last us for 24 hours? You develop problem solving skill. Not that you just come and say, it's not possible, it cannot work. It can't work. As a matter of fact, I'm not interested. I can't waste my energy on something that will not work. Do you understand? Develop what? Problem solving skill. Don't forget, complaining destructively is an act of irresponsibility. Responsible persons do not just complain, they take actions. They work towards change. They make the environment better. Complaining does not change anything. You have to what? You have to take serious action. And I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank
you. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. There's a song we do sing in my church. And the song is Will Your Anger Hold in the Storms of Life? Because a point will come in life, what will actually count if your journey to where you are going to is actually going to be successful. It's not going to matter how intelligent we are. It's not going to count how understanding we are. It's not really going to matter how sincere we are. And it's not really going to have any weight of how much knowledge you have consumed, but what will really matter is, will your anchor hold? Because in the chorus of that song, there's a line that says that will your anchor hold in the storms of, because there's a line that says that we have an anchor that can steal the storm. So that is why this morning I'm briefly talking to you on a leader as an anchor. Please, one house, please. So that's why this morning I'm talking to you on the topic, a leader as an anchor. Because in the world that is stormy, we need steadiness. When we see the different news we hear today, the news of war, the news of probably it could be the moral war, it could be the physical war, or the war we know as it to be. It could be any form of war. But one thing we understand today is that there are wars everywhere. There are psychological war, there are moral war, there are religious war, there are economical war. There are different type of wars and battles that people fight today. Because in the midst of these things, one thing we need as a nation and one thing we need as human beings is that we need steadiness. Because there is storm. There is storm in our belly because we are hungry. As a nation, we are hungry. Politically, we are unsteady. We are imbalanced. I was reading before coming up that one person who has been running for the presidency for over 10 years, no, for over 16 years, said that this 2027 election is going to be his last shot for presidency. Well, I don't pray he wins, because I'm not sure he's going to win. But then, one thing I'm trying to pull out is that in this country, we need steadiness. Because look at the case of kidnapping. In our tech world, we need steadiness. Look at the case of cyber crimes we have today. In the area of what is being released on social media and how our teenagers consume it and how our children consume it, we need steadiness. But the question is, who can bring this steadiness? That is where a leader as an anchor comes in. A leader as an anchor here is not necessarily seen. It's not necessarily felt. But what he will do and what he does while he's there, whoever is doing it, will be felt by everybody. Every one of us here has or knows what an anchor is. Majorly what it's being used for is it's being used for either a ship or a boat. But it is used to steady it. It is used to give it calmness whenever the ship or the boat or the whatever it is has come to the port. If you don't want it to move, you have to anchor your ship to an anchor. And then whenever the ship is being stormy, whenever it's as if it's wanting to be tossed over, the one thing you have to anchor it upon, or the one thing that will give it balance, is the anchor. Anchor sometimes it seems small, not even seems small, it's always small compared to the size of your boat, compared to the size of the canoe, compared to the size of the ship. Anchor is very small, almost looking insignificant, almost looking very small. But regardless of the size of the anchor, without the presence of the anchor, one thing I can promise you is that the ship is going to capsize, is that the ship is going to turn upside down, is that the ship is going to lose its balance. That is why this morning, like I said, I'm talking to you on a leader as an anchor. And you must ask yourself today, morally, which anchor are you holding to? There are various anchors out there. There are various schools of thought that could serve as an anchor for every one of us out there. But one thing is sure is that by the time the storm is going to come, by the time the tempest is going to rage, it will now give us the full understanding of your anchor. One thing I've said over and over here is that I quoted from the scripture. We say that a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. That one is sure. Either a good house or a bad house. One thing is sure, that if your house is on a hill, it cannot be hidden. And because you set your house on a hill, you will now tell us what is holding that house there. The set of values that is holding the house on the hill. You will let us know about it. The rules, the skill set that is holding the house on that hill, you will let us know. In the same vein, whenever your ship is on the water, it is the time that the storm will come that will let us know how strong your anchor is. Is it oversized? Is it undersized? Is it something that will hold? Is it strong enough to bear the storm that is coming? Because there is no way you can measure the level of storm that is coming. The only way you can measure it is your preparation for it. It's like you preparing a child for the world you will not witness. So for example, let's say you are in your 30s and then you're giving birth. And then you are rearing up that child for a world you are like imagining. You don't even know what it's going to look like, but you are imagining the world is going to look like this. Then I have to prepare this child for that world that you will never see. It means you are building in that child, in those students, in your mentees, an anchor that will keep the storm, an anchor that will keep them strong whenever the wind is becoming troublous, whenever the wind disturbs them more. So once again, I'm talking to you about a leader as an anchor and steadiness in the world of storm. So people often see leadership as something that is positional. Yes, leadership sometimes is positional because some people have to occupy some certain position for them to perform as leaders. For example, our governors, for example, our chairman, or maybe pastors in the church, or people in some public offices. They need that position to be able to perform, because without the position they will not perform. But then it is understandable, or it is worthy of noting that being a leader by position is not the only place where somebody can lead from. Because before somebody will occupy that position, it is expected of that individual to have been able to lead himself first. Once he has led himself successfully, then we can guarantee that he's going to leave many people as we have it today. So the question to you this morning is this: what is the anchor that is holding you? I'm going to give you some list of anchors that people are probably holding on to, and the one that you should hold on to. And I want to talk about to you is the unseen strength of an anchor. The first unseen strength of an anchor is the integrity of the anchor. If you have engineers as friends, sometimes whenever a building is being built, and then they will come around and tell you something that what is the integrity of this structure? There's a way they will put that language. You want to know the integrity of the building. Integrity at this point in time is not talking about the moral responsibility or the moral strength of that building. A building cannot be moral. The building doesn't have moral responsibility. Whenever I talk about the integrity, it has to do with the strength. It has to do with the framework. It has to do with the constituents put together to erect this structure. How strong it is. Can it really stand? If it cannot stand, what are we going to do to make it stand? What are we going to do to make it stand? And an anchor is not seen above all the time. Always is seen beneath. Because as soon as the wind is raging, the first place they will throw it is to throw it under the water, to go down there to be able to steady the ship. When life will beat you down, what do you want to throw down? What will be that thing that will hold you up? Sometimes we think friends will hold you up. Sometimes we feel, of course, the economy can hold you up. Sometimes we feel your bank account will be able to at least hold you for some time. But sometimes it's equally a lie. Because you will be in a situation at some point that the solution of that situation, of that problem, is not money, is your strength of character. And if you do not have an anchor strong enough to pull you up or to give you a balance at that point in time, which means falling is inevitable. So when life beats you down, what is the anchor that you want to hold on to? Or what do you want to do to give you balance? Sometimes life is all about you not moving forward, not moving backward, but maintaining that place where you are standing at that point in time. And the only thing that will give you that stand, that leverage to be standing there until when you are able to move forward, is your anchor. Because without that anchor, there will be a moral accident. Sometimes people do some things immorally by losing their integrity. Not because they really want to do it, but because you and me, we are meeting them at that point. They themselves are meeting themselves at that point in time for the very first time. Take, for example, somebody wants to go into politics. And I'll give you a good example without mentioning him. One of the previous APC national chairman. When he was in his state, then he was a head of a particular group of people, of a particular sector in this nation. Then he was fighting for the right. They were, of course, defending people, going to maybe sell for them. He was arrested, and then he was going up and down, fighting fervently. But then he became the governor of a particular state. Immediately, everything this gentleman stood for, he went against it directly. He went against those stuff directly. He was doing what he was accusing other governors of doing when they were in position. In fact, he did worse than them. What happened there? At that point now, we feel that, oh, money has changed this man. Power has changed this man. Power changes nobody. Money changes nobody. You only reveal the part of themselves that they feel they've cured to themselves. So we are meeting them at that level for the very first time. They are meeting themselves at that level for the very first time. That is why sometimes when people say, oh, I don't know, but like I slapped my wife because she insulted me, or I slapped your partner or you because she did this. Well, the same thing happened to some people. They choose to walk out of the house. The same thing happened to you. You choose to slap, which means that at some level it's not what the person did actually that made you slap them. You slap them because you are a slapper. You actually raise your hand up to lay it on them because you are a beater of a woman. Because the same thing happened to another person. He stood up from his house, he took his shirt and then he strode out. The same thing happened to you. You raise your hand up or you use your belt. But there are some moral anchors, the anchor of integrity, which should have been able to help people to stand steady, give them control, give them some leverage, give them some control, some level of control over what they feel they cannot control about. And also, an anchor holds in every place. An anchor holds everything in place. An anchor holds everything in place. It doesn't just hold the back of the ship. It doesn't just hold the center of the ship. It doesn't just hold the cabin of the ship. It holds everything in place. Also, in organization today, one thing we understand is that many organizations today, it is being said that when a startup is in quote started, after in less than 5 years they will go under. Because why? By the time the need for an anchor will come, they won't be able to stand. As we are here this morning on Thursday, 16th of April, we have companies that will be folding up today. What failed? There's no anchor to hold them today. We have companies around the world that will be declaring bankruptcy today. Why? Because there is no anchor to hold them anymore. So we need leaders who can serve as an anchor, who can control things, who can put things in order, who can put things in perspective while the storm is raging. For example, look at the new tax law, for instance. It has put so many HR in a deep shit, in the sense that it's not as if they were caught unawares, but then there are some other technicalities to how this thing should be done or can be done, how to file in their tax, because it's as if it is something that is usual or that is normal that should be done in a sane society. But then because it has not been done so way, it has not been spelled out this way in this part of the world before. So we've been exposed to it, seems that we are being caught unawares and the HR is struggling. And sometimes what companies do, okay, can I say this now? Okay, let me not say that. But so sometimes that, for example, is a PR issue. How do you handle it? Because once you bring a case to social media, you cannot say nobody should comment on it. If you don't want them to, then lock your comment section. But in as much as you bring it up on social media, you upload the disclaimer or the news or the publish or the edit on social media, it automatically gives everybody the opportunity to make their own observation and comment. So people are saying that, okay, maybe the lady and the guy who left were the one who gives the man visibility. The other people are believing differently. But whatever it is you believe, wherever it is you are standing, at this point in time, that company needs an anchor. The people in question need an anchor. Because, for example, at the end of the day, if care is not taken, people from their comment and some advice can lead these people into some legal battle. And if it is going to that legal battle, how do you want to do it without an anchor? How do you as an individual want to go against a company? And how will you as a company wanting to go against your former staff? These two people need an anchor that will be able to hold them together, hold them up until everyone can now negotiate, and then probably they go their separate ways. So anchor is very important in the world we are today. And when you have PR issue, how do you hold up together? There's this particular brand that I watched the video online. So that brand, the lady was somewhere. So where that lady was, I think probably she went hiking on a mountain. So on that mountain that morning, it started raining. So she was wearing a particular sweater from a particular brand. Now, while she was wearing that sweater that morning, remember it started raining. So the rain was entering her body. The sweater couldn't protect it. Right in the rain, she made a video. Now, while she made that video, she said that, so she called out the brand and see, I want this. Look at the sweater I'm wearing from this and this brand. The rain is entering the sweater and then it's touching my body. I want them to work on this sweater right away. While she was still there, the brand were fortunate enough to see the video. What do? Right on that mountain, they tracked her location. They used an helicopter to send another sweater to her right there in the middle of that rain. What just happened? They saw something that can bring down their brand, that can question their company, because people are not thinking. They will know that is not a raincoat, it is just a sweater, so rain has to enter. But instead of them to become defensive or to start defending what is not, they choose to act differently. They prepared an helicopter and then they send another sweater to the lady right in that rain. And of course, the video which should have brought them down actually elevated them. That is an anchor, because the company was about to go through some social media drill, people pulling them aside, but they choose to act differently. That is why an anchor is important in the world we are today, because a time will come you will have issue as well. Sometimes you feel you can handle those issues because you don't have enough followers, enough unreasonable being who can drag you yet. But the day they will start giving you that proper dragging, you will know why you need an anchor. Because a time will come you will be stressed mentally. Business will be falling apart. You will still be stressed mentally. At that point in time, what we need as a leader is an anchor. Sometimes it could be in the family. The children you've raised for so many years, they are now beginning to misbehave. And you have some set of moral values that you have set for these children to follow. That this is what they must not do and this is what they must do. Everything is spelled out. Right from childhood up until that time, they have followed it duly. But at the time where you have to sit down, thinking you've done everything right by them, for them to be able to follow that same line, they choose to misbehave. At that point in time, what you need is an anchor. An anchor that will help you keep that relationship with your children while you still want to correct them. Because some of the things that our parents missed out, not our parents now, some parents missed out, is that whenever their children start misbehaving, they don't know how to correct it without losing those children. And sometimes, some of them ended up parting ways with their children until it is too late, probably at their deathbed. Let me give you a story of this popular man in America. I'm trying to remember his name now. The Potter's house, the pastor of the Potter's house. Okay, as I remember, maybe let me continue. I will remember his name. But you can help me search for his name. The pastor of the Potter's house. He's a black man. He's the author of the program of a woman, like, I think, woman, your chain is broken, something like that. Now, this man, for example, he believed differently about morality, about integrity. But then while he was raising people's family, people's children, his own child was actually wearing out. Until while the child, I think the child was still a teenager then, when she became pregnant. And this is a well-known man of God. At that point in time, if it is in some average believer's home, what do they do? What they would do is to tear into the child. But the child has messed up, he has messed up. The man understands things differently. Instead of him to tear into the child, he drew the child closer, painfully, tearfully, on the altar. And right there, the child chose to make a change about her own life. This is how a pastor was able to hold steady when things were falling apart, when things was looking as if everything they've labored for over the years is going to tear down. So also, one thing we must know, that one of the stormy moments in leadership, where a leader as an anchor will say we don't drift, at the moment of confusion, at the moment when the leader's integrity is now put into question, is now being doubted. Nothing as painful as when you are a leader and people behind you, the people you are leading, are beginning to doubt you. Every form of decision you make, they will doubt it. Every step you take, they will doubt it. They follow you with at least 30% of their heart, The remaining 70%, they are skeptical about your decision. At that point in time, you need an anchor that holds. Because we are living in a world where there are plurality of information online, everywhere. Everybody now has their own opinion. In the days where there are less access to information, people have limited options and opinion. But because of the where we are today and the world we are in today, there is now access to more than enough information, which means that people have access to information, and the level at which they can rebel is so high. So when somebody is being doubted about his leadership role and trait, the person is at that point in time an anchor that holds, an anchor that is strong, an anchor that is firm, an anchor that is not feeble, an anchor that can withstand the storm. Also, when direction is not clear, if you listen to the dean yesterday afternoon, we were in the hotel listening to him. He said that they've already chosen the date that we are going to start on the 1st of April. And on the morning of the 1st of April, I think they've not signed the contract yet from the Guinness World Record. And if you know they've not signed it, I'm sure you'll not be here. Because if you have told you, don't worry, just come, let's see how it goes. Maybe before 3:35 they will sign it. You will not be here. But he told you, come, we will start. Without the contract. That is daring. That is daring. It's not everybody that can do it. And I don't think I can do it. But I think because he has done it now, he has given us a kind of leverage for us to pull such stunts anywhere in life. Because it has not been signed, and then he asks you, don't worry, come, we will start. At 8 o'clock, some of us were here, nothing was happening. 12 o'clock, nothing was happening. After some time, things started happening. So you see that sometime in life, when direction is not clear, a leader needs an anchor to pull through. When you are going, when you know where to go, and the road that leads to that place is foggy, it's misty, it's not clear. What you need at that point in time, far more beyond your gut, far more beyond your intuition or your instinct, is an anchor that holds. That even though it is not clear, we will still go through that place. Sometimes leadership can be scary. Sometimes part of the things our parents pulled for us, we don't understand it. We thought they are 100% sure that this road leads to that place, but they themselves don't know. But they portray to us a kind of a picture that portrays that, no worry, let's just go there. We'll put through. I know after this one, the next junction will turn by the left, and then we believe, and then we follow them. But while we are going there, they don't know anything. But of course, because see, confidence is the only door that opens within, according to John Maxwell. Every other door you open it outside it, then you enter. So, but for confidence, is the only door you open within. Once you open it within, the road physically will become clear. But if you choose not to open that door within you, the road will not be clear. And also, sometimes in leadership, when we are in a state of dilemma, confusion, doubt, and there are questions in our heart, one thing we must do is not to lose confidence, because the more confident you are, the more you have the ability to think rationally. And the less confident you are in yourself, in your way, in your path, in your dreams and values and anchor, the less you will be able to think rationally. Look at the example I just gave of what happened. We were told to come and start, whereas some of the deals which should have happened before the the challenge or the attempt started were not in place. But we were told to come. Of course, we came, and of course, by 3:35 that day, we started. So when you have a direction that is not clear, it is in moment like that that your anchor should hold, should become more steady, should become firm the more, and then life will turn things around for you. So in moment like that, the anchor will whisper, we do not drift. Because if you drift at that point in time, the whole ship is going to capsize. The whole ship is going to capsize. So the fourth thing I'm looking at here is the character of an anchor. The character of an anchor. An anchor is faithful and not flashy. That's an anchor. It's faithful and not flashy. You might not have seen a physical anchor, but if you have seen it in movies before, you will realize that those anchor in this place. Wow. So now maybe Like, how far is it from here? Is it in this compound? Anchor. An anchor? Really? Like in this compound? Okay, let's see. So now, if you have not seen an anchor before, let's see if you can. Okay, we are not up to 10, right? Okay, no problem. Oh, sorry. We are not more than 10. Okay, so let him now. An anchor, most of the time, is not flashy, it's not beautiful, it's not handsome. Sometimes they are chains put together that are even rusty. But even though they are rusty, even though they are not flashy, yet they are faithful, in the sense that they can hold things together. Okay, no problem. Even though they have them there, I mean, even though they are not flashy, yet they are faithful. They are strong enough to hold things together. They are powerful enough to be able to hold the building, to be able to hold the ship. So part of the character of an anchor is that sometimes they don't, as a leader, they don't appear flashy, but they are able to pull things together. They are able to hold the building, to hold the business together. They are able to pull things together in common in such a way that while they are still there, once they throw an anchor into the river, it goes down and then hold the ship at that point in time. Even if a company is going down, sometimes the people who will rescue that company are not the busiest part of the company, are sometimes some insignificant group, in quote, of the company that will come to the rescue of that company. So if you are waiting for an anchor but it is lasting, it is not how loud a leader is that will give him the power and the authority to lead sometimes. And sometimes in a corporate environment, we believe that we have to shout on people to do what they need to do what needs to be done. It is not by shouting. It is not by how we can carry the people, but how a leader can bear responsibility and the weight of leadership he can carry at any point in time. It may not be a physical weight, but it could be some mental weight, it could be some moral weight, it could be some bargaining weight you have to carry so long enough until everyone is able to dance to his tune, and then they hold the company steady. Also, what it holds together is value. The value of the company, the value of the organization, the value of the people, what the company stand for, what the family stand for, where they will not stand and where they will stand. I think the anchor is holding together. It holds this thing together so deeply enough that if that is all he can do for the rest of his life, they are willing to do it. Sometimes people say something like, okay, that there are so many church buildings in Nigeria, and then why did they use that same money to develop the nation? But then it's that a particular system is working and a particular system is failing. This company that is working and this one that is failing, it is to show that the leadership in this aspect are making some significant, conscientious and conscious and intentional progress, whereas the leadership on this other hand are making little or no progress because they are not conscientious enough and they are not intentional enough. To blame this, why not allow this one to come and learn from this one that is working, to teach them how they are doing it, how they can sustain probably a church for 50 years, for 60 years, and we cannot sustain a nation for less than 4 years. After 4 years now, we pull this structure down, and then the next person coming in will build his own structure again. There is no plan for succession, no plan for successive activity that will uphold the economy, the nation, the business, the entertainment, or anywhere else. Everyone coming in has his own anchor, and some of those anchors, they are already cracked down and they cannot hold anything. So why not just let us look at the system that is working, and then we come and learn from it, instead of we trying to see how we can pull down those systems and make them go under the one that is not working. So what an anchor holds together is the value system of the company, of the organization, of an individual. You see, in time where there is storm, it could be in someone's life, what that storm is after, it's not your physical body, it's the person's value. For example, you believe that as a company, what we stand for is that we stand for uprightness, we stand for integrity, We stand for the living of value. Now, whenever you have the opportunity not to do that thing, let me even digress a bit. When you say this is what you stand for, if that thing is not tested yet, you are not sure it is real.
Yes.
Take for example, if you say, okay, I'm not going to steal again. Okay, we thank God for you. But now you have to be tempted. And then you now choose not to steal. Then we know you are good to go, that because you said you will not steal. If you say, okay, I'm not going to be a dishonest man in my life, in my company, no dishonesty. Now, for us to be able to know that what you said, you are going to stand by it, it is when the temptation comes to be dishonest and you choose to be truthful, then you are beginning to stand. So when you have a set of value, for example, whenever the storm comes, what the storm is coming for is not your physical body, it is those values you've put in place for your company, for yourself, for your kids, and for your family. So what the anchor does is that the anchor is going to defend those values. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be stormy, but then you have to defend it. Take for example, when Mark Zuckerberg wanted to buy Snapchat from the guy who founded it, we understand that as at when he wanted to buy it, the guy refused to sell it for him. He tried to buy it again, to bargain again. The guy refused. At some time now, a Facebook story was now created to have something that is similar to what Snapchat is doing. But then, regardless of that, it was a stormy time for Snapchat. Even though it was a stormy time for Snapchat, they stood their ground. They refused to sell their product. They refused to sell it to Facebook or to Meta. That is what they believe in. A time will come. The dream you have been building or nurturing for the past 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, somebody may want to come and just buy it off with just any amount of money. At that point in time, do you believe more in money or your value or your set of value? It is what you believe at that point in time. That okay, this person believe in this thing long enough, because you have to believe in your dream long enough, keep it long enough to the extent that you are willing to pay a price so dear for it to keep it together. Just like I told you, Mark Zuckerberg wanting to buy Snapchat, the guy refused to sell more than once. At some time, a threat was even made that, according to speculation, that a threat was made that they are going to probably write things, bring out stuff that will be able to put Snapchat under. But those guys stood their ground. The guy who built it I think is way more younger than Mark Zuckerberg. But when a capitalist feel threatened, he choose to buy it off. The guy refused to sell it off. Now Snapchat is worth billions of dollars, having a serious competition now with Facebook, because for Facebook to be able to compete with Snapchat at some level, they have to build a particular feature in Facebook or Facebook story looking exactly like what Snapchat will do. But regardless of that, they refuse not to sell it off. So also sometimes life will want to price your value. You want to price your dignity. You want to price your company. You want to price everything you've been building for so many years. Then you will now tell us if everything you've been building so far is worth selling, or if your life is worth negotiating at some level. So let's look at what anchor does. Anchor resists and then it absorbs. An anchor, it resists and then it absorbs. Look at that word. It resists first of all and then it absorbs, which means it doesn't spill out. They take those weights into themselves. When it is not convenient, they take those weights into themselves, which means a leader as an anchor is emotionally intelligent. Because things are not going fine, he will not come to the office tomorrow morning and then become so ravenous in the office while he spill over to the people. Sometimes the people will bleed on, and not the people who have actually offended us, but person A has offended us, and then we are bleeding on person B. That's not life. If I told you have to bleed on those who cut you. But if you now misappropriate your feeling and you're now bleeding on those who do not cut you, at that point in time there will be war. There will be a serious misunderstanding, because no matter what you want to communicate, it will never be heard. People won't be able to listen. So an anchor resists, like it resists the storm, and also it absorbs the storm. You won't be able to say, okay, they've caught me at my home. If I go to work tomorrow, I'm spilling out on the workers. No. An anchor, it doesn't move with the storm. If the storm is going this way, he is pulling the ship back this way. If the storm is going this way, he is pulling the ship back this way. That is an anchor. And also an anchor doesn't flee pressure. It doesn't flee pressure. As a matter of fact, how can it flee? Because it's even tied to the ship. So it won't be able to run away. Once you want to run away, the ship will cry out, you can't go anywhere because we are in this together. That is life for you. See, sometime in Nigeria, I've come to realize that when you look at Ghana, if you look at their political system, you can mention the name that, Kwame Nkrumah is the name that comes to mind. If you look at Congo, for example, DR Congo, you remember a name that comes to mind easily, Patrice Lumumba. If you go to Kenya, they have their own person who, once you mention their politics, a name comes to mind of people who want to shape it. But now, come to Nigeria, for example, which name comes to mind? I can bet you no name comes to mind. Because we believe that, because from this person to this person, there was some level of inconsistency. There was some level of what? Inconsistency. We now have it divided into sectors for them to be able to tell us that, okay, during this time, this person was there, during this time, that person was there. Every one of them with a sense of what I wouldn't want to mention. But what I'm trying to say is this, that see, an anchor will absorb the storm. Sometimes, some of them believe in a dream so dear that the price of that dream is their life. For example, Patrice Lumumba, he so much believed in the liberation of Congo that it cost him his life. You know how the man was killed? This is how the man was killed. He was killed. First of all, they kill him. After killing him, they cut his body into pieces. They now dissolve it in acid. The only part of him that wasn't dissolved, I think, was one of his finger also. He stood right, yes, and I think the Belgium soldier kept that one. But which means, for people have a grave. Okay, this person was buried here, and then his bones are inside. For Patrice Lumumba, nothing is there, not even his head, because everything was dissolved. It was years later that they came back to return that tooth to the people of Congo. See, sometimes our problem in Africa is that we celebrate people too late. Because while they are alive, we were like, what is this one doing? Please, please, call out Jokosibikon. Now, they went to Jokosibikon. But then after they are there, we now see, oh, wow, this was what he was trying to do. At that point in time, the salvation of the nation, of a continent at that time, has gone away. Now today we can publicly come out and sing the praises of Kwame Nkrumah. But when he was alive, it was we Africans that didn't want his vision. But after he died, we have to create a day to celebrate him. We have to now create a day to say, that man, when he was alive, he did so many wonders. But when they were alive, they were not celebrated. Patrice Lumumba, for example, he wasn't celebrated. But now, to now celebrate him at the late hour during the previous AFCON from December to January was when the people of Congo, a particular fan, now have to stand the way the man stood, declaring the freedom of DR Congo. But as at that point in time, we are celebrating our deliverer at a very late hour. If we believe today in the man, what we believe in the man then, a lot of things would have changed. If we have run after them today, the same way we are running after them, if we run after them today, the same way we should have done that time, a lot of things will have changed, will have had a serious shape at that point in time. But after their death, we now see what they were trying to do at that point in time. They now try to come back and run after them. These guys were anchor who believed so dearly about the freedom of their own people that the price for their belief was their life. It cost them their life. Let's now even move to Martin Luther King, for example. He was an anchor. He was holding not just the black race in America, but the entire Africa together, pulling them together. In one of his speeches, he said that because they were clamoring for all the blacks then to leave America and come back to Africa. He said that his grandfather and his great-grandfather has labored in this land, not here, Africa, but in the America, that they have labored in this land so much that he cannot just leave. That I believe he wants to stay there and reap from the labor his forefathers have put into that place. He wasn't communicating his own personal belief. He was putting into words the belief, the conscience of the people. One thing an anchor will do is that an anchor can put into words your feelings for the leadership to hear. Take, for example, let me now give you another example. Very dark man. Some of the things some of us want to say, that is either we don't have a volume of voice loud enough to say it, but because he has that volume, he can say it. Sometimes we believe that all men are born equal, which is true. But then, all men are born equal, or all men has voice, but then the volume of that voice is different. It's different. Sometimes money can give you a higher volume. Sometimes connection gives you a higher volume. Sometimes name, fame, glory gives you a higher volume. So even though all men are born equal, and then they have voices, the volume of their voice is different. So sometimes the way he addresses things in the nation, the way he tackles the government, it is what some of us want to do. But because of the decibel of the sound of our noise, we cannot do it, and he can do it. So he is putting into words, into action, our feelings. That is why sometimes what he does is resonating with what many of us believe. That is like an anchor holding the people together, making sure that the word hope is still relevant in a nation like Nigeria, making sure that the word hope still has meaning in a nation like ours, making sure that the word's belief system and the faith in Nigeria is still intact in a nation like ours. Because if not for some people serving like an anchor in this nation, what we have today as a nation will be no more. Will be no more. So a leader as an anchor, one of the things he does is that he may not be seen, but is felt. And he prevents the values from being eroded into. So they don't feel pressure. They carry the weight of the nation, the weight of the people, the weight of the responsibility, and also they carry weight. So they carry weight so that others can rest. They carry weight so that others can rest. It's only Patrice Lumumba whose body was dissolved in water. In acid. Not all the Congolese. It's only Kwame Nkrumah that was exiled. Not all the Ghanaians. It's only some martyrs that were killed. Not all the believers. That shows us that some people will carry the weight so that others can rest. Sometimes the price we pay for the company to move forward, or for a particular doctrine to move forward, to press ahead, it is so dear, so expensive, that sometimes we think twice before paying it, because the cost is so dearing. In one of my speeches, I talk about how a king offered his own child as sacrifice so that he could win war for his land. We also see how a king sacrificed his own self so he can keep his dignity intact. Sometimes the price we pay is so much that you understand that if someone has not seen what to die for, then the person, they said, is not worth living. Because you have to live a life that you have examined so well, and you have to be able to know that if push comes to shove, I should be able to pay this price for what I believe in, for what I believe in. So the cost of being an anchor is that they are hidden burdens. That is the cost of being an anchor. They are hidden burdens. The burden we cannot see, the burden we cannot feel, the burden they cannot air out, the burdens of what they cannot say. That is the cost, because they are hidden seasons of preparation, hidden seasons of what they need to do to help themselves. So also, they are chained in integrity. An anchor, a leader as an anchor, is chained in integrity, which means he has his non-negotiables early in life. There are some things that are non-negotiable. He doesn't do them. He believes so well that this thing cannot be done, should not be done, and I won't do it because of his belief system. Because there's something about integrity. If there is a little, if there's a small breach or a small sign that this thing could tear, if that thing is on that material, sooner or later it will get torn apart. So sometimes leaders as anchors, they prevent so well their integrity by not collecting something that is looking free but is a gift. Because some gifts are coming, they are gifts, but you know deep down within you, it will soften my conscience, it will soften my sense of judgment, it will dampen my ability to reason and to become objective. What will they do? They reject the gift. Not because they are proving Okogan, not because they are proving to be one strong Bruce Lee out there. No, they are proving to us that, see, I am also a human being, and for me not to dampen my sense of judgment, I better not receive this gift because it will soften my heart. They know their weakness, and sometimes when people understand their weakness and they choose not to sacrifice that weakness on any altar, they become strong. Take for example, it is not somebody who believes that, let's say now, a leader who says he has integrity, who has a wife, of course, and children or a child, who believes that it is one wife, it is one wife until they do them part. You believe that. It is not now you that will now be sending some illicit message or messages to a lady, forming to be strong at night. No, because you have your set of belief, there are some messages you will never send out. Not because your wife will even see the phone, or your boss will see it, or they will come to report you at your workplace, but because you have a set of value you are trying to protect. And the best way to protect it, to show your ability to prove your strength in that area, is not to send us some messages at all. It's not to have some type of friends, because you are trying to keep yourself with a particular set of value which you have believed over time. So, and also part of the foundation of an anchor is that they are grounded in value. They are grounded in value. You as a human being, what are your values, for example? What are your personal values? If you are being asked today, what is your value, what will you tell them? Even if your value is one, what is that value? What do you believe in? What do you believe in? If you say, okay, no problem now, maybe at an interview, and then you are, okay, what are your values? Your values is not that I can work under pressure. Those ones are professional language. But you as a human being, what is the fiber holding your soul together, holding your moral being together? Every one of us needs to have them, or need to have it. Something you will never do, and something you will never sell out. So also, we come to the warning for all anchors. And what is that warning? Is that every anchor, or all leaders as an anchor, must beware of being broken. If an anchor is broken, he needs to go for mending, because without that mending, he won't be able to hold when the storm comes. Also, they need to learn how to survive pressure. To survive pressure. Somebody can be pressured and he doesn't get pressurized, because pressure will come. But if you get pressurized, then you will fall for pressure. But when pressure comes and you do not get pressurized, which means you will stand in spite of pressure. Not everybody that can stand in spite of pressure. Some people can stand despite of pressure. Some will stand in spite of pressure, and some will not even stand at all. Whichever way, one thing we must do is that we must learn how to stand in spite of pressure, which means we will stand through pressure. Not because there is pressure and then we bolt out to go and rest. When the pressure passes, we come again, we continue. While we are still there, we must be able to stand during the pressure and then continue in spite of the pressure until we have the breakthrough that we are looking for. And also, a leader must know that his direction must stay intact. If you have chosen a particular path, that I'm going this line, you must be able to follow that line all through, because your direction must stay intact. So what are now the results for a true anchor? What are the results for a true anchor? People don't get scattered. People do not get scattered. Now, if you look at the level at which we are scattered in Nigeria today, then you now agree with me that we do not have a leader as an anchor. Maybe probably in the states or at the higher level or maybe at the local government level, we do not have a leader as an anchor. That if something happens, you can come to give a speech that will hold the people together. Not a speech like, okay, I condemn the killing. You don't just condemn the killing. Well, what are you going to do to bring justice into where stuff has happened? There must be a set of action that you will be doing, that you promise to do, to carry out, to make sure what has happened never happen again. And it must be seen that we are making meaningful progress towards correcting what has happened. Not just that, okay, I sincerely condemn the killing in that state. Everyone sincerely condemns it. As a human being who have conscience, we sincerely condemn it. But we have entrusted our lives, our children, our family, our wives, our husband into your hands. So something must be done to correct it, not just condemn it. So what we need in this nation right now, because this side is falling apart, the other one is falling apart, this one is going there, is a leader as an anchor who can steady the ship of this nation. If it is not, may riot never break out, because if it breaks out, it's going to be terrible. So what we need is a leader as an anchor, because our boat is being rocked right now. It's being rocked by politics, it's being rocked by finance, by money, by a lot of instabilities, by media, by art and entertainment, by war, terrorism, bandits, unknown gunmen, stuff like that. We need an anchor, a leader who can hold us together, who can steady this ship, who can hold it until this storm be overpassed. So, a leader, one thing it does is that the result is that it brings stability and transfer to people. It brings stability. People are now being stable because it calms their nerves. You will realize that whenever in some developed nations, whenever something happens, immediately it happens, there's a press conference for them to deliver an update to the people. See, we need to have a nation that may not be faithful, but may be responsible. Take, for example, America, for instance. America is not a faithful nation, but they are a responsible nation. They may not be faithful, but they are responsible. Responsible for their belief, responsible to their people, responsible for their words, responsible for their stand. When they tell you we don't negotiate with terrorists, that is it, they don't negotiate with it. You pick one of them, they come after you. The other day, if you have been following news, a particular, I think one of their fighter jets was struck down. Two, but one was struck down. That other one that is still alive, that is still intact. They sent about 3 other fighter jets to protect just one man home. Imagine it's a country like ours. That man is gone. There was even a day we were hearing that I think a particular call was made to a particular base in Nigeria, asking for a fighter jet to come for a rescue, and then they were told that they said that the pilot is not around. Imagine you come to an Air Force base, where there should be a pilot almost everywhere, that even their gate man should be able to fly something. They say, okay, that the pilot is not around. Then why do we call that place Air Force base? We need leaders as anchors who can prevent this nation from pulling apart. It doesn't matter how small, it doesn't matter how great, but once the person can bear responsibility, once he can carry the weight of the nation, then it's the person that we are looking for. So we need somebody who can hold the ground and who can transfer the vision to the people. Also, we need somebody who can survive pressure and then who can stable direction. Now, the deep meaning of holding more than position, because an average anchor holds more than position. He doesn't just hold things that way, he holds more than position. He sees things, he hears things, he knows things, but part of what he does is he doesn't just fix himself on position, he holds more than position. And what does it mean to hold more than position? It means to be responsible. Like I said earlier, America may not be a faithful nation, but I bet you they are a responsible nation for their people. The other day when some of them, I think maybe part of their expatriates were kidnapped in Nigeria, they flew into this country by night, They rescue them and off they go. Nobody knows when they came and then when they left, but we know they came and then they left because they sent a message. Because they sent a message that they were in and now that they are out. That is it. How much are those people they came to rescue paying for their nation as tax? Maybe not so much, but they are sending a message to the world that, see, you don't touch anything that is ours. But in Nigeria, they can touch anything that is ours and won't be able to see anything. Because of our begging attitude around the globe, we've lost some level of freedom. Because all we've been looking for is favor here and there. But regardless of that, I believe strongly, sincerely, immensely that a day is coming and a time is coming whereby we will have a leader as an anchor, a leader as a shepherd who can steady this ship, who can bring us back to base, who can give us value, who can steady our heart, in which we can commit this nation into their hands and go to bed. Not that we have a leader, our heart is in their hands, and then we are sleeping at night, but we are not sure of waking up tomorrow morning. Not that kind of leadership. So the deep meaning of holding more than a position is that we don't just hold the ground, we hold the people together. Another thing we must learn in this nation is that when you look at China, for example, they don't have up to 10 languages as a nation. If you go to Portuguese, they don't have up to 10 languages. If you now come to Nigeria, we have over 20 languages, over 250 languages. Which means that in a place where there are diversity of languages, the first place to disorganize them, the first place to bring in division, is to massage something that separates them. That's language. In such land, in such nation or such country, development will be so hard because it is easier for everybody to choose their own pathway they belong to. They see themselves first as a Lagosian than first as a Nigerian. They see themselves to be from Kogi State first before they see themselves as Nigerian. They see themselves to be speaking firstly as Hausa man before they see themselves as Nigerian. These are the things that divide us. And where a leader as an anchor comes in is that it holds these people together. If you have seen Nigerians outside this country, or if you see them, maybe they are banting, yes, if you see them banting with other nations outside, they don't care where they are from. Once they say, okay, this person is a Nigerian, and this one is a Nigerian, and they are bantling other guys, maybe from Ghanaian or South Africans, they come together to pull that strength to even wreak the havoc on those other nations. Maybe just by some sense of comic or play. But then when we come physically, we now start seeing that, oh, that one is from outside, then let them do their part. That one Igbo, okay, let them do their part. No. If you see us outside this nation, outside Nigeria, abroad or anywhere, these are people who do not care where they are coming from, but they come together in unity to make sure they pull each other up. But as soon as they return back home, the first thing they will sense is that singular thing that pulls them apart. It could be their language, it could be their religion, it could be their custom, it could be their tradition, it could be their opinions. And then everyone sees it and see how the wicked ones too can use that as a bait to pull us apart in this nation. So also, a leader as an anchor preserves destiny because lives are committed into their hands. So such life or those life must be preserved. Destiny of nation. See, there are levels to things. Take for example, if you have somebody who can just walk into a bank and then rob the bank. If a man can successfully rob the bank, how much can he take away? Let's say 30 million naira. That is roughly, maybe fairly above $3,000. Now all an armed robber will steal could be just that 30 million, maybe at most 50 million, which I'm not sure a bank is allowed to have that in the bank at a go. Now, which means a set of armed robbers will only be able to steal $30 million successfully from a bank. And then whenever they come to that place, there's shooting, there's firing, they're up and down, casting down, killing. To us, that is evil. And when we pray in the morning as we are going out, say, okay, as we go out this morning, may God protect us from killing armed robbers, this and that. Now that is a form of evil. Now see another form of evil. This one, he doesn't kill, but he wears a white agbada or a white suit, maybe a white confirmed wonderful suit, Harare suit. But while he was there, with just a single pen, he can divert billions silently into an account. If you now look at the lethality of the first evil and the second evil, which one do we pray for? We pray against these armed robbers the more, who all they can steal is just probably 30 million naira, but this one can steal in billions with just a single diversion, by just a signature, by a pen, by just passing an edit, signing it, and that will be all. What I'm saying here is this: that armed robber, anything he steals from that bank will be covered by insurance. But these other ones in the office, in public office, private also, whatsoever he steals, insurance doesn't cover it. And who are the ones paying for those ones? That money he stole are the money which ought to be used to build hospitals, to build schools, to build roads. Which means the destiny of children and of us as a nation has been jeopardized by just a man who with just a pen turn things around in his own office. What I'm doing is this: what a leader as an anchor does is that he preserves destiny. He preserves destiny either by his pen, without his pen, by their edict, by what they choose not to do. He preserves destiny of nation. So as I round up, I also want to look at the analogy of pig. That is sheep without an anchor. Analogy pig. We have some sheep in the world without an anchor. That is, nothing is holding them together. They are just there. They are just there for the sake of being there. Any vision comes, they fall for it. If anything goes, they go there. They are just there on a daily basis without any definite anchor of what to hold them, of how to steady the ship. And here we will see that ship can be beautiful, and the crew can be skilled. Wind can be so strong, but without an anchor, it is all for nothing. A ship can be very beautiful, probably Titanic ship, so beautiful, and then the crew can be so skilled. The wind can be very strong, but without an anchor, everything is a beautiful waste of time. So we need an anchor that holds. And finally, is the call for leadership. The type of leader we want today is the one that is an anchor, because there is so much instability in the world, in our finance, in our education, in our politics, in art and entertainment. There are so many instabilities, and you as an individual, as a Nigerian in your little corner, let the anchor hold. Let the anchor hold, because a time will come, the house we are setting up on an hill, breeze will blow, storm will come, and tempest will rage. If they are raging, it will expose the credibility of what we've been building so far. Because life, we are on a storm now, or we are in a storm right now. And because we are in a storm right now, we need an anchor. And no matter how small, imagine we all as a nation have an anchor, no matter how small they are. And because of how raging the storm is right now, we are throwing them inside the sea, holding them together, pulling them up, making sure the center is holding, making sure that, in the words of Chinua Achebe, that things do not fall apart. Because if things falls apart, the center won't be able to hold. Because if things fall apart, the center won't be able to hold. So the question is that what we need is not trend, it's not applause. And in the stormy situation, what we need is an anchor that holds. So with that said, I would like to pass over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. With your anchor hold in the storm, will your anchor hold in the storm? Will your anchor stand the test of time? Thank you very much for that wonderful session. Which capacity do you have to sustain, to weather the storm? If you fail in the day of adversity, your strength is small. Good morning this morning, President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Governor of Lagos State, our African community, our Eloquence family, Africa, and our global audience. My name is Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, and I have a very interesting topic before me today. A topic that is always, most of the times, always overlooked, always commonized, always handled as something that is just normal. It is the psychology of time. It is the psychology of time. It is the psychology of time. One of our speakers once spoke about how our life is actually measured in time. Many people will indeed live life in a different way if they knew how less of a time that they have. If many people know, if they know or they knew their day of death, there is a way they would become kind to people. There's a way we will become more considerate. We will become less proud. We will become less entitled. We will become less of being inhuman to our fellow people. If we really understand the concept of time. So I'm going to be focusing on the aspect of time and season. Many people try to actually compare when they see other people's time of achieving this particular thing. They begin to pressure themselves that why haven't I achieved this particular thing? So I'm going to be talking about the two specific aspects of time or timing. I'm going to be talking about the chronos moment, that is the chronological time, like the measurable time that we have, and the kairos moment. The chronological moment and the kairos moment. For example, I'll use the life of a fetus. We all know that in the chronos, if a woman conceives, she carries the baby for 9 months, or on the average 40 weeks. But we've had children that were actually delivered when they spent 12 months in the womb. That is, there is a set time that the world, the universe have set for a particular thing, and there is an appointed time that particular thing should be done. Like an average Nigerian used to be like, okay, I would enter the university at 16, I would finish 7 at 22, I will get money from 22 to 25, I'll marry by 25 or 26. Many of the time, we've actually measured our life in the chronos. We've actually measured our life in the clock time. But there is a way that the kairos will set each and every one of us at the right place. So many people have actually pressured people into time. If you are a 30-year-old man and you don't have a car, you don't have a house, or you're not married, they will start telling you that you are old. A 30-year-old woman, they will start telling you that you are old, you're not married, you don't have this, you don't have a car, many of your mates have done this. But if a 30-year-old man or woman should drop dead now, people will say, oh, it's quite young. You are too young to die, but you are too old when you've not achieved a lot of things. Who actually designed the clock? Who actually designed the clock? So in time and in season, make sure that whatever it is that you have planned for yourself, is it the vision of your business, is it the time to be married, is it the time to build that brand, is it the time to build your online presence, make sure it is available in the kairos moment. Make sure it is available in the kairos moment. the things that the Kairos moment can do for you are the people that are smart, the wise ones, the intentional one. The Kairos only respond to the intentional one. So I'm going to be talking about a popular folklore that we know about, the race between the tortoise and the hare. The hare challenged the tortoise to a race, to a running competition. The tortoise, being known, trust the hare now, trust in its own ability of speed, of agility, of being able to run fast, undermined the tortoise. That no matter what the tortoise does, it's just going to get there very fast. I'm talking about how we can design our life in the Chronos moment, and the Kairos moment would actually mess up with you. So the hare, trusting in the moment of time, in the actual moment of time, started the race and assumed that in the Chronos, this Mr. Tortoise would never catch up with me. Mr. Tortoise would never catch up with me. I will actually outrun Mr. Tortoise. So when he started the race, he declined. He sat down to eat some nuts, some palm nuts and palm fruits along the way, thinking that Mr. Tortoise is very far away. He is very slow because the Chronos has designed this person to be slow. For those who do not know about when I'm talking about Kairos, we have the time, we have the season, we have the appointed time. The Chronos time is your clock time, your time measure, 60 seconds, 1 minute, 60 minutes, 1 hour. How we started this time from 0000 on the first day of April. But now we are still in the moment of time, but we are also in the crucial moment where you know that we're not even looking at this clock. There is something that Kairos is doing to us that in a less than a few weeks we are going to be a world record breaker in time. We are going to be a world record breaker in time. So now to go back to the story of Mr. Hare and Mr. Tortoise. So when Mr. Hare woke up from his buffet, he got up and he started running the race. Surprisingly, unknown to him, Mr. Tortoise has placed his family members that looks like him all along the race line till he got to the finishing line. So even if Mr. Tortoise do not win that race, he will still win that race in Kairos. So the Chronos is the time of your life that you could actually measure, and the Kairos is the time of your life that is qualitative. That is the quality of your life. The quality of your life. So someone was talking about Methuselah. So who can tell me how old Methuselah is? For those who are into history or biblical, my audience are distracted. Methuselah, who can tell me how old Methuselah was? Methuselah was the oldest, 969. He actually lived to be 969-year-old. He's the person recorded to be oldest in the Holy Book of the Christians. I do not know of any other record of oldest living person. So the only thing recorded about him is his age, is his Chronos moment. Nothing else was accorded to the quality of that life. And we have people who lived to be 31, who lived to be 41, whereas their names can never be erased from the sand of time. We have people like the Moremi Ajashuru. Now, many aspects that many people don't talk about. When we talk about Moremi, you know, the Ife people, they celebrate Moremi. She's a legend, she's a savior, she's a heroic woman, she's a savior. It is actually two sides to a coin, because the people of the Ugbo that she betrayed actually saw her as a betrayer till today. These are two villages, these are two clans, these are two towns that are actually not very far from themselves. So in the moment of time, in the moment of your life, these particular people sees the quality of your life in one way. These other people see the quality of your life in another way. So to some people she's their hero, to some other people she's a betrayer. She's a betrayer. Somebody who actually intentionally let herself to be captured, she became their queen. You imagine, a queen is someone you are going to trust with your mysteries and secrets. For someone who is going to be a queen of a town or a village, or someone who is, let us liken it to the managing director of an organization. Let's say somebody who is a major competitor came to actually wrote CV to your company, and you see this person's CV, you know she's smart, she has competitive advantage, she is able to negotiate, and you bring this person to your team. All of a sudden you discover that this person was actually planted into your organization for you to crash down. So many of the people on the other hand today celebrate someone who betrayed them. They celebrate her as someone who actually betrayed them. On the other hand, she was an hero to the Ife people. So what is the quality of your life? Not in time, but in season. How much quality can be attributed to your life? Like one of the speaker once said, what will be written on your epitaph when you die? Because we don't even know how much we have left. And if we really know how little time we have left, we are just going to be intentional with living. Maybe all this struggle will just reduce. Most of the reason why there's traffic on the street of Lagos, many people want to go home to eat, to just have a eba and egusi. They are actually motivated by hunger, nothing else. Then they will bash into someone's car. Then we will have road rage because we are motivated by the wrong reason. So there was an Islamic cleric I was actually listening to, and he talked about the vanity of life. That human being, he talked about the vanity of the human being chasing wealth, and death chasing the human being. And it's talking about the probability of how that human will actually get that wealth before he actually dies off. So he places an example of a bird, a frog, and a human being. So he likened the bird to be money, prosperity, physical wealth, physical prowess, and every other thing. He likened the frog to be the human being. Then he likened the human itself to be death. So on a normal setting, the frog grows up as the toad. It grows up as a tadpole, and he was pursuing a flying bird. What is the probability of a tadpole, of a toad catching up with a flying bird? The only reason is if that bird decides to just stop and allow itself to be caught. But what is the probability of the old man with a walking stick catching up with a frog? The probability is so high. So most of the times, is it not just like we're chasing the wind? It's not just like we're chasing the wind. The perfect, the delicate, the crucial moment. That crucial moment. The Kairos moment talks about opportunity. The opportunities that are in this room. The opportunities in this room that were not even seen as opportunity. The person sitting beside you that is going to be a billionaire in the next 2 months. The opportunities sitting beside you that we ignore because they don't look like it yet. The opportunities sitting beside you because they don't look like it yet. Many people will sit beside KSO, they don't even know he's a billionaire in dollars. And most of us may even, we tend to, yes, a Portuguese millionaire, by the way. No, but because he is not seemingly looking flashy, maybe because he's an humble man, we tend to just sit beside him and you just ignore. You talk to him like a casual person. If we really know the quality of that person's life in time, there's a way we just treat humans well. So someone was talking about a lady going to an admission office and she actually disrespected the cleaner. There are some set of people you should not disrespect in the corporate world. You see, the gatemen, the cleaners, the drivers, the chef, those people, they are the kingmakers. So over time, we tend to disrespect these people because they are not on suit. We tend to disrespect them because they're not on suit, whereas they are the ones who would mention your name in the right places. So this particular man, I think, was he actually going for NYSC or a job interview? So he was complaining that he didn't know anybody in this particular northern state, that he didn't know anyone. He was complaining to someone else. Then the Hausa man actually heard him complaining and he said, "Oh, are you going to this particular place?" The man is a trader, like a manual trader. You won't even know that many of these Hausa brothers, they're actually quite wealthy, but because they choose to live a humble life. So he said, this particular person you just mentioned is actually my brother. And the person was like, this person is your brother. So he just kind of doesn't want to believe him because he was looking at the reality of what that person looks like in time. So then the man, actually willing to help, wrote the phone number of that his brother and gave this man. The man reluctantly accepted the phone number, the contact, and the address, having a plan B in his mind that, okay, this is the person I was actually going to meet. I have another contact in this particular northern state. So when he got there, lo and behold, the contact he was about to go and meet, actually the number was not going through. He became stranded, and he had no other choice than to call someone who this kingmaker recommended. When he got there and he mentioned this man's name, he was accepted as if he was family. If I had known that in the next few months one of us here would actually become a minister of education or minister for information, minister for aviation, there is a way we would actually be nice to that person, but we disrespect ourselves because we don't know the quality of life in time. So I would go and I'll just punch Wumi on the side because I'm thinking that the real quality that she has is just she sitting there, whereas there are other values she actually has to offer to humanity. Is your life actually measured in time or in season, in the Chronos moment or in the Kairos moment? So who designed the clock? Who says but before a man is 40 he must have a house, he must have a car? By that time, if he doesn't have all those things, they would tell him that he's too old. But if he dies at that age, they would say he's too young. So no matter what happens, do not be pressured, but be wise enough to understand the time and the season, to know the waiting time and the time when you are long overdue on the mountain of waiting. That delicate time, the rhetorical timing. So there are some signs that will make you know that you are long overdue. It is not when you're 30, it is not when you're 40, it is not when you're 25. One of the pointers that you are long overdue on that mountain, one of the pointers that you are long overdue for your business to actually have attained a particular growth, one of the telltale signs that in that organization you are actually due for the right publicity, or you're actually due for the promotion and you are not getting it, not in the Chronos time but in the Kairos time, it is that you begin to question some of your fulfillment, and not from a place of pressure, not from a place of trauma, not from a place of comparison. There is something that will pull you to the inner self, that there is more to my essence. There is something that will pull you to your inner self, that there is more to my essence. Telltale signs that in that particular Kairos moment, not when you spent 10 years in the organization, not when you spent 20 years, in that moment of time that you actually due for this, it is one, the call of unfulfillment in you, that by this part, I am long overdue for this thing. There is this big need for you to isolate and re-empower yourself, for you to move back and actually get capacity for that next phase, not in the Chronos, not in the 60 minutes, make 1 hour, in the Kairos moment. In the Kairos moment. So they would say something about African time. Who designed the time? Who designed the clock? Who designed the clock? Then we just pressure ourselves. And on the low key, you won't even know that you're being pressured, you're being doctored, you're being ironed. Before you know, you've even lost yourself. You don't even know what you represent anymore. You don't even know who you are anymore, because there is a value forcing itself into your thought patterns in the Chronos. But today, I really want us to understand the complexities of the Kairos moment, and you would never be pressured to be like your friend, because not every child will walk at the same pace. There are some children who walked at 9 months, 10 months, and I know of a very beautiful young girl. She should be in her 20s now, 18. She walked at 4-year-old. Very beautiful girl. She walked at 4-year-old. So when she was 1, she was 2, she was actually wobbling on her bottom. She couldn't even crawl. And over time, you will think that that kind of child has failed. There is a time, an appointed time for everything. Every one of us prays for long life. Everybody wants to actually earn on the deathbed, where you pray for your children, your grandchildren, which is the most unbelievable fact, that not everybody's life would end that way. And right from the beginning, the itinerary of a man has actually been decided. The itinerary of a man till the day you will leave the scene, everything has been predetermined. But you can use your Kairos moment to your advantage. That is the window to which you can actually redefine your life. So in one of the holy book, a man called Ezekiel was actually prophesied to that the sickness he was in, he was actually meant to be sick, and then that this sickness is actually unto death in the Chronos. But there is a window, there is actually a loophole that this man looked into, and he said, I have a chance, I have a standpoint that I could actually negotiate from. I have an opportunity that I can actually negotiate from. Like I said, if you are still alive today, if you actually, with all the storms you've passed through in the country, as a continent, as a nation, as the whole family, the whole inorganic community at large, and you are still here, oh my God, and you are still here, it means there is something about your Kairos that you've not discovered. Why are you still here? Why didn't that sickness kill you when you were 10? Why didn't you die from that accident that claimed over 20 lives? Why are you still here? It is because you did not discover something about the Kairos. You did not discover something about the Kairos. not in the timing, not in the biological timing, not in the biological timing or in the political timing, in that season, in that moment of time. What will you have achieved? What will the world be saying about you? What essence about you will be so powerful, will be so strong enough, will be so strong enough that it will be stronger than death? So someone once wrote that love is stronger than death. The power of love is actually powerful as the power of death. So that means in the space of your passion, in the space of your vision, in the space of your purpose, there is a love that will make your essence to be more powerful than death, that even when you are gone, there is a voice of your essence that will still begin to speak. That will still begin to speak. There are many people, we don't even have their pictures anymore. Most of the men who actually lived in other centuries, and they have actually made contributions, sacrifices to make our lives better. We don't even get their clear pictures anymore, but their names cannot be forgotten. Their names cannot be forgotten. How many of you can identify Aristotle when you see one? When you see him, can you identify Aristotle? Anyone? If you see Aristotle, can you recognize him? When you see Confucius, can you recognize him? People just created a sculpture or a picture of what they might look like, not their real picture. Because people in that dispensation they don't have this physical structure. They have a bigger muscle mass up here. So they don't look like us. So you can't recognize them, but their work speaks volume. Death could not swallow them. Death could not swallow them. So how powerful is your love for humanity? How powerful is your love for humanity that it can actually stand the test of time, that it can actually stand the test of eternity? The Kairos moment and the Chronos moment. So the Chronos moment is actually giving you for an advantage. In that Chronos moment, you have to create, and the ones that are created for you, you have to engage. Whatever happens, you have a negotiating power to use that time judiciously. So talking about the life of a human, so of an average 60-year-old African woman or African man today, you have spent 20 years sleeping, because we sleep averagely for 8 hours in a day, and we have 24 hours in a day, and you sleep for 8 hours. That is when you're 30, you spend 10 hours sleeping. When you're 60, you spend 20 hours sleeping. Now, what are those things you do when you are awake? The productive things you do when you are awake. This is aside your laundry, your body grooming, your chores, and every other thing. The productive time that matters in your vision. How much time do you actually appoint to those activities that actually help humans, that actually help the world, the environment, the universe to be a better place? How much time do we actually attribute to humanity? So many of the time, we want to live a transactional life, and we're not even thinking of the quality of our own lives. You want to live a transactional life, and you would see that there is a certain person, you would heap wealth, you heap riches, you lay up gold as dust, and you still have a feeling that you are not even human yet. And you're not even human yet. And you still have a feeling that up to 80% of your capacity, you have not even utilized them. Of all the gold mine that has been imputed inside you, you dropped something, hello ma'am, of everything that has been imputed inside you, you haven't even fulfilled up to 80% of the capacity. So why should we live our lives as the beast of the field that has no understanding? That has no understanding in the moment of time, the Kairos moment. We would notice that there is an aspect, there is a part of our lives or a particular month of the year that it is as if that's our lucky time, that's our lucky window. Everything used to work in that month, everything used to work in that particular day of the week. The energies are high, even if you don't actually put so much effort, everything just answers to you. Why don't you use that Chronos to your advantage? Just like if you study humanity, there is actually a time to be born. There is a time for the sun to come up. There is a time for the moon to come up. There is a time for the rain. There is a time for drought. There is a time for the thunders. A time for the storm and a time for the quiet. A time for you to be filled with food and a time for you to be intentionally hungry. A time for you to be intentionally hungry. The moment of time. The moment of time. So which way, Nigerians? Which part of the time are we? What says the time? Is the time really 9 o'clock? Is the time really 11 o'clock? Is the time really 12 o'clock? Or is it the time for you to make use of that opportunity? Is it the time for you to actually tap into the gold mine that is inside of you that you don't even know that it exists? So when someone asks you what says the time, could you just be particular to know which time are we talking about? Are we talking about the Chronos or the Kairos? What says the time? Is it a time for you to intentionally build your brand? Is it a time for you to actually bring an innovation to that team that nobody had even been thinking of before? What says the time? Is it a time for you to actually invest into a particular aspect of you that you do not even know? What says the time? Is it the time for you to be intentional about family? What says the time? What says your time? Like one of my primary school teacher would always say, what says your time? What says your time? The time is not 9 o'clock. The time is not 11 o'clock. The time is not 3 o'clock. It is the time to stand up to our right. It is the time to know who we really are as a people. It is the time to know the odds that are against you as someone who just find yourself in this part of the world, in this economy, or in whichever part of the world you are. You are someone who find yourself in this climate. What says the time? Is it the time to make that decision? Is it a time for you to step back? Is it a time for you to accept that you don't even know what to do yet, but it is okay for you to cry and kick back? So ladies and gentlemen, men and women, at this point, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mata Mefina, and I'm going to be speaking on customer satisfaction. But before I will say customer satisfaction, our previous speaker was very entertaining, or rather very insightful. She said something about what is your time. Now, before you get to customer satisfaction, you will get to production, you get to innovation, production, marketing, then selling your product. Then you will now have to come to customer satisfaction. Now, what is customer satisfaction? Customer satisfaction is how well your product or your service meets or exceeds a customer's expectation, and this can never be in a good light or in a bad light. As a customer representative for quite a long time, I will tell you that customer satisfaction is one of the hardest thing a organization, an individual, a service or a product can give, because you are not the only one doing that service or giving that service or having that particular product. So how well can you satisfy a customer to a point where they keep coming back? As a customer service representative, I am restricted to picking calls, receiving mails, and a few interactions physically with customers. And I will tell you for a fact, when I get a level of satisfaction from a customer, there is this extra bubbling. You know, when you're in love, they tell you that you have butterflies. That is what happens when you have a customer who is satisfied. I could give you an example. There is a customer, I think 2 weeks ago, that I was on the call ended, and I got a call forwarded from a colleague, and the customer said he wants to speak to Martha. And when I got the call from him, I introduced myself. My name is Martha. How may I be of assistance to you? And he went forward to say, Martha, you don't remember me? I said, I'm very sorry, sir, but how may I help you now? He said, I have told all my friends about you that you're a very fine girl. In my mind, you have not seen me before, but that particular word is a word of satisfaction, because now he's coming back and he's bringing his friends to come back to our product. Now, there are some points in which you have to get to know that you have gotten satisfaction, or rather a customer has gotten satisfaction from your product, your business, or your organization. One, you will know that anytime a customer comes into your organization or comes to buy your product, he has an expectation. An expectation is driven. Now, it can never be driven by reference or by him just stumbling into your page or stumbling into your business, and he's thinking to himself that I think this product or this service will help me. Now, when a customer comes with an expectation, two things is involved: what he expects and what he experiences. Take for example, you go into a restaurant. Now, your friends have been telling you that this particular restaurant, they sell the best Alfredo pasta that you will ever have in Lagos. And for the fact that you have had Alfredo pasta a couple of times, it's nice, but your friends say, if you enter this restaurant, the Alfredo pasta is the bomb. It's spicy, it's creamy, they have everything that you will ever need in the Alfredo pasta. And you walk into the restaurant. Now, you already have an expectation, a very high expectation, that if I order these people's Alfredo pasta, I will be satisfied and I will get a level of satisfaction that I will be able to reference another person. Now, you get in, they get your Alfredo pasta, and your Alfredo pasta is soggy. It is not spicy. It has a stale taste. Now, that is the experience you are getting. The experience you are getting is bad, but the expectation that you want, or rather you went into that restaurant for, was very high, but your experience is very low. Now, in the case of that particular customer, you know that you have not met satisfaction. But then again, you can go into another restaurant, or rather you call a service, let's say your network provider, and they tell you that this particular network provider, they are very slow in responding to their customers, and you already have an expectation that these network providers are slow, and you call their customer service for a particular issue, and they resolve your issue in record time. Now, you have an experience that, okay, fine, these people I had an expectation of them, but they defeated that expectation. that is where you have customer satisfaction. The next point, you have first impressions. Usually first impressions are for people in which you go to a restaurant or you go to an organization, and usually you get first impression from the help desk, the people at the registration point. Let's say, for example, a hotel. You go to a hotel and they tell you that, oh, when you walk into the hotel, the first thing that you see is the receptionist chewing gum and going, "Excuse me, ma, what do you want?" Hello, I walk into a hotel. What exactly do you think I want? Now, that first impression has been defeated. Now, even if it is a 5-star hotel, because the receptionist has given me a first impression of she is nonchalant, she is rude, my customer satisfaction has dropped from a 5 to, let's say, a 2. And before you can build it back up, it's difficult. I'll give you an example. The first time I came to Lagos alone with my sister, I think I was 18. So my auntie came from America, and she said that she wanted me and my sister to hang out with her for like a week too. And it was a holiday period, summer period. And when we got to the hotel, we had our uncle pick us up from the park and got to the hotel. And when we got to the hotel, the hotel lady looked at us. 18-year-old children, they are expecting you. What are you doing there? So we got there like, "Good afternoon, ma." The lady did us like this, "Can I help you?" And me, for one, I've always had this sense of, no matter what age you are at, you need to give respect. My nephew is 4. Every morning when he wakes up next to me, I tell him, "Good morning." It's a sign of respect. Over time, and I even started telling him good morning as early as when he was 2. He wakes up and he looks at me, "Good morning, Theodore," and he'll like, "Good morning." And over time, he knows that anytime his auntie is sleeping next to him, he wakes him up with a good morning. So that first impression I got, she was like, "What do you want?" Immediately I got to the hotel. When she was able to get across her information, I got to the hotel room. I told my auntie, I said, "The lady at the reception was quite rude." And she said, "Oh, what did she do?" She said I told her, she just looked at us in a very weird manner. I kid you not. My auntie got down, asked the lady, did you meet these 2 ladies? She said, "Yes." "How did you respond?" She said, "Well, I was curious about them." She said, "No, my niece said that you said so and so." I kid you not, that before the end of that day, we moved out from that hotel to another hotel. And not because I have a level of influence over my auntie, but my auntie understood first impression. Because for me to enjoy someone that has never left home, apart from if I'm going out with my mom or with my dad, left Benin to Lagos, and you are giving me an impression that I will not enjoy my stay at your hotel. She understood that my niece can't stay here. We moved from that hotel to another hotel that day. So first impression matters a lot when you want to get customer satisfaction. It still happened to me, I think, on Tuesday when I came here. I always had first impression. Then let me know that first impression is not just about business or services. You can give a first impression for your name. Your name can speak wonders for you. She said something about you can remember the person's name, but you can't remember the person's face or how the person looks like. I can remember that there's a name I don't like. I don't like Ayobami. For some weird reasons, I can't tell you why I don't like Ayobami as a name. So the taxi person that came to pick me up on Tuesday, his name was Ayobami. Immediately I saw his name, I rolled my eyes. And I'm like, I'm going to have a bad experience with this taxi driver. When I got to his taxi, when I entered his taxi, because I know how to have a honest conversation, I said to him, "Do you know I don't like your name? But then again, let's see how it goes." You're like, "Auntie, I'm sorry. But before I go further, I like the scent of your perfume." Now, for someone who loves perfume, that was a light bulb going up in my head. Now, whatever Ayobami, my taxi driver, did from that point till he dropped me here on Tuesday, I didn't take offense. That was what he did. He gave me a first impression of his person, regardless of his name Ayobami. Now, third point is emotional connection. A lot of people will think that professionalism simply means seriousness. No. A customer will call, for example, a customer will call into my platform and I will go, "Good afternoon, my name is Martha. How may I be of assistance to you?" And I will hear, "You did not greet me." Oh. And I'll go again, "Good afternoon. My name is Martha. How may I be of assistance?" Now, I am professional in my approach to this person, but this customer wants an emotional connection. And if I can't give him an emotional connection, no matter what, even if I'm able to give him why he called, he won't get customer satisfaction because I'm unable to give him an emotional emotional connection. So it's very important that when you are running a business, an organization, you have a product to sell, connect with your customer in a way that they will always want to come back. I, for one, am Nigerian, but if I speak pidgin English now, you hold my hand and say, "Please do not speak pidgin English." But there are customers who call in when there's a call rush. There are customers who call in and you will see pidgin call. When anytime I see pidgin call, like, "Oh, help me, Lord," because I know that I'm going to start with, "Good morning, my name is Martha. How may I be of assistance?" But that is not how I'm supposed to start. Because it's a pidgin call, I'm supposed to start with, "How you na day?" or "How you day, sir? My name na Martha." But because I know that if I start with pidgin, I cannot complete to the end of the conversation if it's like a 5 or 6 minutes conversation. So because I know that this customer needs an emotional connection, this is what I do. I start with my normal greetings, and when he's speaking pidgin, some of them will say, "Auntie, I no pick a pidgin call." I say, "Sorry, Oga, but my pidgin, you will laugh at me. Oh, don't be angry." I could not even say get at it because I know that I can't even relate. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'll tell you, "Oga, this my pidgin. Somehow I can't relate so much, but I will try." Then we start having a conversation. I kid you not, along the time of our conversation, this particular customer will switch from pidgin and switch to correct English. Why? Because I have given him a level of emotional connection that as much as I will try to speak pidgin with you because it's a pidgin call, you two will meet me halfway. And most times they do because I gave them that emotional connection at the beginning. Now when you want to give a customer complete customer satisfaction, there is speed. This customers don't want to come in and call you for 10-15 minutes, except the ones that are irate, and you know that these ones are in it for you. They left their village people, or rather they had meeting with their village people a night before and say, "Whoever is going to pick these people's call, it's me and that person today." But most customers want their issue to be resolved within 5-10 minutes. Now, how can you resolve a customer's issue between 5 to 10 minutes without delaying? Because one, customer wants fast response, easy process, and less stress. And for someone who works in a company that deals with numbers, we have to do account authentication, and usually account authentication takes 1 to 2 minutes. I will ask you your details, I ask your name, you ask your email, and if it's not correct, even if you say your phone number is 123 and what I'm saying is 1234, I will say, "Sir, please, can you repeat you?" So that alone will take about 1 to 2 minutes, and in that particular point, customers are impatient. It's just like when you go to a restaurant. Let's say, for example, you go to a restaurant and you tell them that I want to eat banga and starch, and they tell you, "Oh sir, banga and starch takes 20 minutes to prepare," and you are hungry. You now said, "Okay, that's fine. If that is the case, can I have a bottle of cold drink and let's say an appetizer, so that I will wait for your 20 minutes." And they wait for 20 minutes, and you call the waiter, and the waiter tells you, "Sorry ma, you have to wait another 10 minutes." the hunger will go from I'm hungry to I'm angry, because as a customer, as for you to attain customer satisfaction, you have to have speed. And if you're not having speed, then there is a problem somewhere. You will never, you this customer will eventually, the customer will wait, because let's say that, because before you can take that customer's order, that customer has to pay, and there's, let's say in quotes, no refund policy. The customer will have to sit for an extra 10 minutes for his or her food to come and we eat. But I kid you not that customer is not entering your restaurant again, because you have defeated the purpose of customer satisfaction. And most times I find it alarming, because when you know, as an individual, even if you put yourself in their shoes, sometimes when I call my network provider and I want something done, as a customer representative, I'm supposed to give grace, which I give grace to a very large extent. I give grace. I tell you that, oh, okay, I understand that you are in a tight position. I will give you grace, but there's a limit to in which I can give you grace, because I am a customer and I need satisfaction. So therefore, if you are trying to resolve my issue of my network, I need it done in 5 minutes. I'm going back to a meeting. I need to do something. There's a pot of stew on my fire. I need to go back and resolve it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to customer satisfaction, speed is a key factor. Now, what we have, point 5, is consistency. Now, a customer will want to come into your business or slide into your DM for a dress or a top or what have you, and want to be given the same response he or she got in the previous time he or she slide into your DM. I'll give you an example. I have this habit of visiting. I have a sweet tooth, okay? So I have this habit of if I see any whatsoever dessert of any kind pop up on my FYP on Instagram, I must visit your page. I don't care if the amount is 10k, 5k. As long as that thing is doing me in my body, I will buy it. So there's a lady that sells parfait online. The first time I came into her DM, she was amazing. Second time I came. Third time I came. Now the fourth time I came into her DM, she was utterly rude. So this is what I did. Because I'm a customer service representative, I give grace. I scrolled down, or rather up to her previous messages, and I replied to one of her messages, and am I speaking to the same person? Do you know what she did? She immediately called me and she said, auntie, I'm sorry. At this point in time, I am not in the best of moods. And I told her that I understand. Now, the reason why I'm here the fourth time, because you were giving me the experience that I wanted the first, the second, and the third time. I will come again the fifth time. Do you know why? Because you were able to admit that there is a problem. Now, you can only admit there's a problem as a service provider when you have built a level of customer satisfaction. Now, these customers become family. Because when you get to a point where you have customers that are satisfied, they become family. They will reference you to whoever and whatever. I kid you not, anytime I go into this lady's DM, she tells me, oh, we have a new product. It was so bad that I think it was when my sister gave birth to my niece, and I saw a package that she said she's doing a discount of, the package is 30,000 and she's doing a discount of 20,000. And I'm like, oh, that is nice. What was inside? Everything a sweet tooth would want. And those I told her, I said, you know what we'll do? Salary week is coming. Give me 2 boxes on this same package, on this same discount. I will pay for one. When salary week comes, I'll pay for the other. She said, done. Now I've gone from being a satisfied customer to be a family customer. And guess what? Because I ordered 2 boxes, I brought one to my house and I sent one out to somebody. Now, because I sent that one out to somebody else ordered from her because they liked her package. So this is what you have by consistency. If anytime a customer comes into your business, comes into your DM, comes into your service, they have the same experience. Now it is difficult to give 100% at every given time. Now, as a customer service representative, this is what I advise. Instead of you aiming for 100%, try as much as possible to go between 50 and 100. So the times where you know that you are 50, there is no how that you tell your customer, like the lady that spoke on Tuesday, she said that there's a lady on a vendor, a hair vendor, that if you buy one hair, you collect 2 insults. It will not get to that point, even if you are giving 50% of your time and your services to this person. You won't get to giving out 2 insults. Okay. Now, the most amazing part about customer satisfaction is if you can get feedback. And feedback is very crazy because they push it in your face. When you go use this, if you use on any of these taxi services, yeah, immediately you pay your rider. They tell you immediately rate your rider. You never giving your rider 5-star or 6-star, whatever star that you are giving your rider. Now this is what we call survey. Sometimes when you have Instagram or WhatsApp calls or TikTok or however calls or Snapchat calls you have, immediately you end these calls, you get a survey. Rate us very good, bad, and all of that. Those are surveys that are very extremely important for your business. But the best survey for me is social media comments, because that's what I do. No matter if the call is amazing, I will never click on this call was good. I don't do those surveys. I don't give 5 stars. I think the day I can count with my fingers the numbers of times that I have given any of these taxis services 5-star or 1-star. I prefer not to, even if you make me very angry, I prefer not to just rate you at all, so that another person that has more craze than me will visit you in front. Because I hear that when you rate them bad, they get less right. Okay, so what I do, I'll give you an example. So in 2024, I told myself that I want to start saving cash because I've moved back home and my mom owns a shop. So when she comes home, she tells me to count money for her. And as a very diligent daughter that I am, when I'm counting her money for her, some money will enter my pocket. She usually don't really know how much her money is, but I'll take it. I'm her daughter, I'm not stealing. It's my right as a child. So I told myself that in 2024, in December, I ordered there's a Kono box where you can put money inside. Instead of me to just go to the local camper and let him do something for me, I went on Instagram. I customized, bedazzles, everything, and I told them to send it to me. Everything was like 30,000 naira. It was 30,000 naira, and the guy that attended to me said that this Kono will give me 300k. I said, give or take, if I collect money from my mother's boss, go to her salon, collect money, I should get half of the money inside the Kono now. What am I saying? Now, it was a 1-year Kono experience. I was putting money half at June, right? Yeah, at June. I noticed that I could not shove in money anymore. So I messaged them. I'm like, this Kono that you say is 300k that can enter inside though. I'm done, nothing can go in. I said, maybe the money has entered. And I said, let me remind you that the money that is entering inside is 500, 1,000, 5. It's not in dollars, oh, if that's what you are trying to say. So the guy and I said, no. Try, squeeze the money, roll it, put it inside. I said, okay. I did everything. So something was telling me that, this way that I'm doing, I may tear the money that is inside. So let me break the box. So I broke the box, counted the money. The money was not up to 80,000. And I called and I messaged the guy and I told the guy, I said, sorry, this money that you say is 300,000, with all the squeezing was not up to 80. Is there a problem somewhere? Then the next thing I hear was, it has never happened before. Any 300 bucks is 300 that is inside. And I'm like, I get that you have gotten customers that have attested that 300 is 300, 250 is 250, 500 is 500. But I am having an experience of the fact that you said 300 is 300 and it's not even giving me 100. Now this is what this particular man did, that I know that he understood customer satisfaction. He now, first of all, he apologized. When he did apologize, he went forward to say, should we compensate for the box that wasn't full? And I asked him, what do you mean by compensate? He said he will give me another box, but I won't pay for it, but I will pay for logistics. There and then, the man sold me. Did I get another box? But guess what? If I know someone that wants to save, but want to save in dollars, yeah? I want to save in dollars, but don't want this regular roadside conlo, I will always refer them. Why? Because I have gotten a level of satisfaction from this person. Then we have social media. When you post something and they comment on it, when you want to, especially when you want to buy something, and you go to some people's comment section, you see them having good reviews. These are feedbacks that I've gotten from their previous customers, and at best, these feedbacks give them a level of customer satisfaction. So, as I round up, I would like to say that customers want to have the best experience when they come to your business, when they come to your page, when they come to your organization. Try as much as possible to meet their expectations, because in meeting their expectations, like you said, if one person can refer 100 persons, your business will have an avenue to grow. So I will be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriel, and today I'll be speaking on the fleeting nature of political power, using the poem Ozymandias in 1818, written by the author Persish. So, essentially, Ozymandias is the Greek iteration of the Egyptian king Ramses II, who was a tyrant and built himself a statue which read, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look unto my works, ye mighty, and despair." Now, eventually, Ozymandias ruled for 66 years, but he died at 90. Political power is ephemeral, meaning it is short-lived, it is transient. No matter how long a political ruler is in power, one day he will be forgotten. One day he won't be there forever. This poem explores many themes, such as one, the central theme, which is the transience of power. Like I said, no matter how great a ruler's time is, one day he will be erased. We look at Africa. Idi Amin, a popular Ugandan dictator, who ruled from 1971 to 1979. He was later defeated by the military, as he made a mistake by invading Tanzania. Robert Mugabe, who ruled Zimbabwe from 1980 to 2017. 37 years of pure tyranny and oppression. He was eventually planning to install his wife, Grace Mugabe, as his successor. Then his own political party turned against him, betrayed him, and effected his impeachment proceedings. We look at Omar al-Bashir, a Sudanese dictator who ruled Sudan for 30 years. He eventually was tried and prosecuted at the International Criminal Court in The Hague, Netherlands. We look at today Paul Kagame of Rwanda, who has been ruling Rwanda for 26 years now. One day he too would be forgotten. Ozymandias serves as a cautionary tale to us who find ourselves in various positions of power, be it political, corporate, or academic. There are some lecturers in the university who swear on their grandmother's grave that nobody will get an A in this course. And nobody will get an A. You say A is for God. But will God be happy at that statement you're making? How will students spend hours and hours writing tests, studying? How would interns or employment candidates spend hours preparing for an interview? And you say you want to imprint your wickedness on them? You will not be there forever. We look at the unfortunate passing of former CEO of Access Bank, Herbert Wigwe, who we lost in an accident. Shortly after his death, Access Bank held a board meeting to nominate another CEO. That's how life is. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how important you feel you may be, one day you'll be forgotten. Life goes on, business goes on. We look at the irony of hubris, which is pride. That inscription, Ozymandias, look at my works, King of Kings, has now become a monument to his foolishness, as his empire has collapsed, but that inscription remains. So imagine a statue built in someone's favor. He's now cut in half, and his empire in ruins, but the inscription remains. This is Ozymandias, look at my works. What works? It's now more of a comedic factor than an actual representation of his rulership. We also look at the dichotomy between art versus power. I know we have a lot of artists in the house. Ozymandias as a poem also translates how art would always have an evergreen and everlasting effect compared to any political or military power. As Ozymandias died, but his sculpture remained, meaning in that very essence, the relevance of the sculptor, the artist that created the sculpture, is more relevant than him himself, because the art outlasted his political tyranny. There is no way art would ever be subject to any form of military or political oppression, which is why in many contemporary societies, most dictatorships often fall out with the artist, because the artist's job is always to reflect the times. We look at what the military government did to Fela. We look at what the US government did to Basquiat. We also look at the theme of the indifference of nature. I don't know how many of you have been in an area where they demolish a building and all the stones are littered on the ground. If you come back to that area, let's say a month after, you will see that the stones which constituted an obstacle on the ground is now level with the soil. This is a process known as pedogenesis and weathering, meaning nature no really send anybody. You think you're important, that stone on that ground thinks it's considered an obstacle for cars and for pedestrians to move, but one day it will be level with the soil, meaning everybody who thinks they are an obstacle to somebody, one day you will be humbled back to where you are. I had an encounter in university where me and my friends, our lecturer at that time in legal system in 200 level, gave us a mass failure, D's and F's, because we were close to most of the ladies in the class that he was interested in. And the unfortunate ones that had an F that were prepared to write the carryover, he swore to them that there's no amount of, like, you keep writing this course till you graduate, there's no amount of money you can pay, there's no amount of bribe I'll collect. A lot of them were scared. They were like, how will I register this as a carryover? And the more you prolong that thought, the more you are most likely going to get an extra year. But Ozymandias prevailed. He left our faculty. But it's not really a good thing because he went to study abroad, so we were not really happy like that. But the salient point is he eventually left, and his legacy of wickedness was in mere ruins. Nature will take on its true form regardless. It will carry on its cycle no matter what. Shelley, the author of this poem, was against political tyranny and oppression. He wrote this poem as a cautionary tale to leaders of his time and this time, reminding them that one day their legacy will be erased. So why waste that time creating an avenue of inconvenience for those that are below you? Why waste that time in creating a toxic environment as a CEO or managing director of your company? One day, you'll be forgotten, you'll be erased, either by natural causes or either by an usurp. We've had many instances of different entities overthrowing governments. The Egyptian Revolution of 1952, where King Farouk of Egypt was forced to vacate his throne by army officers. We look at the French Revolution of 1789 to 1799, where King Louis XVI lost power and was executed. We look at the Russian Revolution of 1917, where Tsar Nicholas II was abdicated and later executed publicly. The empire later became a communist state. These were not peaceful transitions. Power was taken and not surrendered. And this is the best and most ideal form of regaining some sort of independence as a people. In Achebe's book, There Was a Country, Nnamdi Azikiwe pointed out the reason why Nigeria has a problem and why that problem will persist unto generations. Because Nigeria got their independence from the British government on a platter. We did not fight for our independence. It was given to us as a negotiation between the first Prime Minister, which is Tafawa Balewa. The British saw that in the organization of the struggle for independence, not the fight, but the struggle for independence, the most active tribes at that point were the Igbos and the Yorubas, which had elites like Awolowo, Azikiwe, and the likes. The Hausas embraced the indirect rule more, so they were not really opposed to British occupation. So it was easy to hand them the first mantle of leadership because they can't relate to the struggle for independence. So that was the manipulative tactic that the British government used. Give the first mantle of leadership to a tribe who did not really relate or contribute as much to the struggle for independence. Look at the other nations that struggled for their independence. They fought for it. It was not handed to them on a platter. A fun fact for you today: any country you notice that has a red on their flag, that red signifies the blood that was shed in fighting for the independence of that country. Nigeria has green, white, green, no red. We do not fight for our independence. It was handed to us. You look at most countries in Europe that were under British colonization, most of them have red. Look at Asia, most of them have red. China is literally a red flag with yellow stars. They fought for their independence. Singapore as well. So Ozymandias should serve as a cautionary tale. There are many of us here that are dignitaries, whether in the corporate world or we have political ambitions. Never feel you're too proud to not be humbled one day. It could be as a result of natural causes. It could be as a result of someone waiting on the wings to dethrone you. As Ozymandias' sculpture remained in ruins, his empire too remained in ruins. But the quotes, Ozymandias, King of Kings, look unto my work, stayed as a manifestation to keep mocking him for eternity. As I conclude, this poem achieves a meditation on time, power, acts, and human vanity. It gives us an urgent call today. Even though it was written in 1818, we see how it is still relevant in today's world. The silence around the broken statue and the empire says everything. The loneliness in the desert says everything. The broken statue speaks louder than any inscription would. But the inscription that was left on the monument speaks even louder than any legacy Ozymandias thought he had. Ozymandias endures eternally precisely because it is about things that do not endure. And in that irony lies its timeless power. Go ahead in creating your legacy, But always remember, one day, your legacy, just like Osman Diaz's statue, will turn to sand. I wish you all the very best. And at this juncture, I'll be handing on the mic to the next esteemed speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister Gabriel. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Today I'll be laying focus on the economy of grant writing. The economy of grant writing. And the reason why I want to talk so much about this is there's always a saying that people say if you don't have funding, if you don't have networks, if you don't have people, you can't get to a certain level here in the country. And let me introduce you to grant writing because I've written for corporate firms, I've written for individuals, and they have gotten massive grants home and abroad. First of all, the economy of grant writing is so untapped. It's so untapped. Here in Nigeria, it's so untapped because it requires an intellectual knowledge. You can't just go ahead writing whatsoever. You need a high level of focus. You need persons. You need a center focus on what you actually want to do. And before I go further relating to what the arrows of grant writing frustrate, I will tell you a very specific and specified definition of grant writing that brings about clarity. Grant writing is an application process for a financial grant, right? And a lot of us, we have massive projects, ideas that we want to do, but sometimes funding is lacking. And one of the ways is through seeking for grants. And how do you go about this? Putting pen to paper, right? First of all, the R's of grant writing is readiness. You need to be ready. In the copywriting space, I always tell people that whenever you're putting up a copy, right, you don't need to be perfect. You need to be persuasive. Perfection won't get you that offer you want. You need to be persuasive. Persons seeking for scholarship, writing statement of purpose and the likes. You will see many scholarship programs will tell you, don't sound like you are pleading or you are a beggar. Show reasons why you want this. Show reasons why you want this process. So first of all, you need to be ready. Readiness matters a lot. How can you be ready? Knowing why you are seeking for a grant. If you are seeking for $1,000, $2,000 or thereabouts, why are you seeking for this grant? What are you pushing to the investors? What are you pushing to brands? What is your focus? That is readiness. The next is research. This is where a number of youths specifically they devoid from, because like I said, the economy of grant writing is so untapped because a lot of persons don't want to research. A lot of persons don't want to put in much focus. Research is very important, and you relate research to purpose of wanting a grant. In documenting it stage by stage, all of us we are graduates here, and I know we have some undergraduates here. On the course of your project defense, when you are putting up a project topic, you understand, you notice that as a graduate to be, you have a high level of research. Research is noticing your competitors. That is one. Identifying them. Knowing the pros and the cons. There's something that happens with discovering an idea. It's filled with bliss. You'll be happy. Wow, like, I'm the first person to discover this, you know, and a lot of that. Like putting on with what I discussed about formerly, when a brand, they said they want to solve some transportation issues, and they put up the idea. They were like, oh, this is massive. I was like, have you known your competitor? What are the cons of this idea? It's not necessarily the pros. What are the cons? You need to identify the challenges. You need to know that, okay, these are the things, that the shortcomings that could stop me, that could stop us from achieving this purpose. You need to identify as you are knowing the pros, because when you have an idea, it's filled with bliss. You'll be so happy that, oh, this is going to be so beautiful. I'm going to put up this. I'm going to do this. These are my target audience and all of that. But have you identified the cons? First off, have you known your competitor? What effects will you have in business when you come in and also your competitor is in business? How can you build a large focus? How can you get a traction? And this comes with readiness. The next R is relevance. How relevant is your idea to be given a grant? You want a grant, you seek a grant, you are putting up a research topic, you are putting up a proposal, you even made a slide out of it, and you came before your investors seeking a grant. How relevant is that offer? Offer matters a lot. Your offer should be standard, your offer should be classic, because when it comes to offer is not really want. Relating now to economics, offer is not want, offer is need. How of necessity is this grant you are seeking for? The project you are putting on. So your offer relates to you putting up with what we call the RIE, reliable, interesting, and educative. When you are documenting for seeking a grant, you come before, like coming June, there's a program, Africa Workforce Summit, coming up June, and they were like, if you are seeking grants whatsoever, you can apply. One of the reasons why a number of persons will get that $1,000 is because the relevance that comes with it. The month of March that just passed, we look at Tony Onimelu celebrating his birthday, and a lot of persons getting offers, getting grants. Some person didn't get it, but it looks at relevance. How nifty is your offer? What are you offering? Because you can't get a grant when you are the only person beneficial out of it. It's not possible. Number one, when it comes to grants of massive ideas relating to firms, right? You need to look at, okay, can this grant, can this business you want to put up with, can this project you want to put up with, can it bring about employment opportunity? There are reasons why we give grants. We don't give you grant just for you to answer, oh, I'm a grant winner, or you want a grant, or grantmanship as a skill. You get grants because you give out. You get it and you give out. Employment opportunities, ideas, creation. It doesn't just stay with you. And also we look at relationships. How many persons can you call to review your writing process? It's very important. When you're putting up a grant, oh, I'm seeking for this grant, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, please can you help me review this work? Let me know if actually I'm going further for this project. And one thing is very clear when putting up a grant. It's always important you have a CTA knowledge, which I call call to action. After telling me your grant, your investors, what you want, the offer you want, and all of that, what area of benefit can it have on you, on the people you tend to say, okay, this is the reason why I'm creating up this process, this is the reason why I'm creating up this offer, this is the reason why I'm creating up this project. Of what effect, of what benefit can these grants come about? You are sitting before investors, you made a slide of your offer. We look at the reviews, we look at the pros. This is how beneficial this offer, this project can be. These are the features that comes with it. Then we look at the cons. Are the cons more than the pros? If they are, there are 90% chances you won't get that offer. Because it's very clear that when that offer comes in, if you are given a grant, you will not make rightly use of it. So when putting up a grant project, seeking a grant, an offer, you need to look at offer in terms of one, ideation. Secondly, RIE, how reliable, how interesting, how educative. And lastly, you look at the reviews. When we talk about reviews here, of what benefits? When we say let us rate your grants, let us rate your writing prowess, it's not about being a writer, it's not about being a creative writer, a content writer, a copywriter. It's about putting the intellectual knowledge to pen, from pen to paper. And there's something that's very common. When you have an idea, right, and we rate it as one star, right? If you put that idea to paper or you document it, it becomes 2-star. And how possible is that? I'll break it down. Whatever you document, whatever you put down, it comes with a high level of clarity. You tend to see it better. You think about something, oh, I want to put up this is what I want to do, this is how I can help the transportation systems of Nigeria, solve a major transport issue here in Lagos, and this is my idea. But you notice that, okay, you are thinking about it and it's so blissful. The moment you put it down, it's very clear that your subconscious, it comes with a whole lot of, oh, these are the pros, these are the cons, these are the challenges we might face. And a rounding up, I'll come up with this. You see, when it comes to a grant process, right, we should take note of these 6 principles, right? In the copy space, I call them the first, the offer relating to the headline, relating to or what you can call topic. Offer relating to headline or what you can call topic. That is, what is your idea, right? The next is the hook line. It takes only 3 seconds to get someone's attention, right? The next is your hook line. First, I said headline. You should take note of this. First, the headline. Second, the hook line. The third is the RIE. RIE copy, reliable, interesting, educative. And the next is the offer and the value. And afterwards, after the offer and the value, we look at social proofs. You look at social proofs of what benefits. Have somebody done something like this? Identifying your competitors. And we also look at the CTA. Now, relating grant to small business owners. Right? Relating grants to small business owners. As a small business owner seeking for grants, seeking for funds to put up your business, you could see that it's very pivotal you build your media presence. Lately, you see every firm or every grant giver seeking to know your capacity on how you can get a grant. And like I mentioned before, it comes with a very clear offer. You need to have a very clear offer. The offer needs to be clear as a small business owner before you get the required grants. I'm putting this up to you all. There are grants everywhere. There are even people calling for grants. All you need is to apply. Month in, month out. There are a number of grants you can go for. And as small business owner, SMEs, medium enterprises, one of the ways you can win grants is, first of all, building a media presence. Building a media presence. Even if you're just opening a media account, especially Instagram for the very first time, you need to pour out that idea for fiscality. Let people see it. Let people sense what you want to do. It's not just necessarily what you have in your head. Can people identify your offer? Can people see your offer? Can people perceive that this offer will bring about a social responsibility or a social good? So having said this, like I said, the grant writing is so untapped, and because it requires an intellectual knowledge, every human tends to follow a due process. And with this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And yes, this is the what? Day 14. Please, could you chill that AC? You're putting it on 20. You've not at least push it further down to like 15 or 16. So this is day 14. In a few hours, we would actually deliver day 15 out of the 20 days of Eloquence. So good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, all over the world. And yes, it was almost as if I was prophesying 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago when I spoke? Oh, yesterday. It was actually yesterday. I said, look, we have to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing until we get to day 20. Sometimes it will be 1 a.m. and the body will be tired. It will be 2 a.m. and the brain will be sluggish. What do you do to your brain? What do you do with your head? You shake it so that the brain can reset and you continue to speak. And it could mean that the power goes off, the weather changes. I wasn't prophesying, I was just, as a strategy person, speaking to Murphy's law, that if anything can go wrong, it will. And only for us at 4 a.m. this morning, no powers from the mains. Generator belt snapped, and we've had to rely on our solar inverter. But more than anything else, I think the registrar deserves a round of applause because she has been yes. You know, I always tell people that I'll be lost without her. She's a real superstar. She really makes things happen. While I'm the yes, while I'm the problem creator from one idea to the other. But sometimes you do that because you know you have a good backbone. So today we're spending 4 hours of our time today with a focus. It's a focus on my constituency, my latest constituency, the blue economy and the marine space. And you know, one thing about the sea is that when it calls you, or when you taste of it as an outsider, you simply fall in love forever. I thought maritime was an interregnum in my life. I was minding my business, living my life peacefully, until life happened and I found myself in that space. Left it, came back, but I never came back the same. And so more than anything else, I believe that Nigeria's prosperity is tied, embedded, inextricably linked to her waters in the final analysis. And that's why today we have experts here, professionals here, and more to come. Some of them journalists in the field, others entrepreneurs who will share their experiences, their knowledge, to also educate the rest of us and all of Nigeria about what the blue economy holds. But before I bring up our guest, let me just remind us, for those of us who may not know what the blue economy means. The blue economy simply means, to the average Nigerian, to all of us, let's not complicate it. The World Bank has defined it by telling us that it's economic advancement built on harnessing water, all of our water resources, to create employment, improve livelihoods, and do it sustainably. But really, in the final analysis, the blue economy simply means all that the waters around you can make possible. All. Whether it is right from the depth of the water, the bottom of the water itself. And when I talk about water, I talk about your seas, your oceans, your rivers, even your lagoon, for those of us in Ikoyi. Your streams in your village. Trust me, that's blue economy. All that the water can make possible to make life even better. Whether you are drilling deep into the bed of that water body, it could be a seabed, it could be a riverbed, whatever is there, those pearls that we see by the seaside, your periwinkles, your crabs. I saw some crabs yesterday, you know, here in Osborne Phase 2. They are always there. I saw some crabs yesterday. And so that's what the blue economy is about. Everything you can do on top of the water water transportation, and I'm glad LASWA is here heavily represented. I will speak to that shortly before I leave the stage. And everything you can do around the water, including what you can do adjacent to the waters, as long as it is related to water. Whatever you can develop around it and about it is blue economy. So when you're eating your fisherman's soup, how many of us have ever tasted fish? Be very honest. That's good. You are dealing with the blue economy. But the important thing is that whatever you do about it, ensure that you think of tomorrow. So that grammar you hear called sustainability is that when you go to fish, remember that that same pond you're fishing from has to be there in 2 weeks' time for you to keep fishing. Don't pack everything. Don't vacuum everything out of the space. So we are going to learn more because 80% of us here are new to this, and it will be broken down as simply as possible for you to fully understand. So that is really my speech, to introduce this and to set this up, because there are many opportunities, career opportunities. For those of you young ones who are looking for what to do, let me tell you, start to think of the blue economy. Some of you, you're not too old, you're still young enough. You can become marine players. You can become seafarers. Yes. Nigeria is in need of seafarers. If you're in your early 20s, there's still a career there for you to explore. If you studied law, you can decide to specialize in admiralty and maritime law. There are just so many possibilities. So prepare your minds, because we're going to listen to experts in this field. On that note, let me acknowledge present here. Let me start by acknowledging the Special Advisor on Blue Economy to the Governor of Lagos State. Acknowledgement. I hope our cameras are picking our guests. Uche, I hope our cameras are picking our guests for acknowledgement from behind. I'm talking about the live stream. We're acknowledging our guests here, so you can switch. Yes, that's what I mean. So I want to acknowledge Mr. Emmanuel Oluwadamilola for being here. He's also the GM of LASWA. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. I appreciate that. We're also going to hear from you. You've heard of Omieko. You're going to hear straight from the horse's mouth. Thank you, sir, for coming and for being a strong ally in this journey, on this quest. Nobody goes to sea alone. That's one place you would rather never be found on your own. Nobody goes to sea alone. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. And of course, the team from LASWA as well, they will get to introduce themselves. We have quite a contingent. We have a fantastic 5 of speakers that will be addressing us. Acknowledge the project lead for Omieko. Madam, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Dr. Alabi is also here. And LASWA has become like a family to us here, especially at the Blue Economy Academy and Blue Economy TV. And we're very grateful for that partnership. Also seated. Okay, oh sorry. Those are our witnesses. They are the eyes and ears of Guinness World Records. They are electoral officials here to make sure that our ballots, they are counting and making sure that we are abiding by the rules. One of which is to ensure that nobody who gets on this stage speaks for less than 5 minutes. I also want to acknowledge my big brother, a man that provided me with a lot of support and encouragement during my 3-year stint at NIMASA. He's the president of the Association of Master Mariners, Captain Tajuddin Alao. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You're going to be hearing from him. Some of you might change your careers. Some of you might change your careers if you know what those boys on the seas are earning. And you know the interesting thing about the blue economy, if you play your cards right, the maritime space, it's an international space, so everything you earn is denominated in US dollars. I will have my time to talk about the 10K inclusion buckets later on. I will do that at 1 a.m. so that I can speak for 2-3 hours. Yes, I'll have my time to delve into all of those. But this morning is to allow our guests to share in this quest with us, to be part of this historic moment as Nigeria marches into the record books with the longest public speaking relay marathon record. So as agreed, we'll start by inviting our next speaker. I like to believe I've spoken for up to 5 minutes. Okay. Our next speaker, Captain Tajudeen Alao, the stage is yours. As I present this to you symbolically, and you can continue the conversation.
Good morning, everybody. Always. In my profession, every time, every minute is morning. Good morning, good, even if it's afternoon, good morning. And the fact that this event is a continuous one, so the sun has never set, it is still going on. The topic before us is maritime safety and the blue economy. I will start by telling you a small story. No need to discuss about myself. I was going from, when we were young in Epe, we would go to Erepoto and take canoe, wooden canoe, across to Okorison. And from Okorison, we trek to Okeogun. Weekends, mostly on Fridays, then we love it. Then one of these days on the water, snake came, and the panic, of course, we all went into the water. But the man tried to look for the nearest beach. Looking back now, because I challenged him later, he turned the boat, pulled like this with not with the paddle anymore, with the long stick to push up towards the coast. Panic, he went down. So I carried that on my life, that experience. I didn't stop going by canoe because that was only the means of livelihood. No, at that time. But somebody could have died. And Ekpe boat yard was there with a chief. I think Makode and Ekpe in those days, they were building boats in those days. But nobody, there was no training on survival at sea. There was nothing like enforcement of life jacket, 1963, 64, 65, 66, and during the war, So, our people have been on the water, and Shelakore fish, the Goshen will not tell you about that, shrimps, yo-yo, we call it, not shrimps, yo-yo, we were catching all these things on the water. At that time, when the season comes, we eat gari in the morning, afternoon, at night, and fish, no vegetable, only stew. The opportunity to survive on water has been there for years. The opportunity to survive on water has been there. The regulations and all that to make the place safe was not really in place. People put gamalin 20 into the water to catch fish because they use the gere nets.
mainly an hook, but when they want to catch, when the water is a bit low, they put this the fish, every form of fish, whether it's fingernails, whether big one, will be destroyed, just because of the few that we want to catch. So the world putting the attention on that side, Rio 2020, say we've explored this, the land, the green, the backwater. Let us look at the ocean. Let us look at the water. And next, what people, we have been there, because in Epe, in Okun, Ibeju, we will go with nets. They will go around to see. They will come like that, and everybody will carry a bag. Will be pulling. You trek from Okorizo to Okun, Ibeju, Yakodo, and anything you can catch, anything in the land you take, you put inside your bag, and you pull. You join them to pull along. Every fish in that axis will be brought ashore, and daily routine. But in short, we are catching everything without thinking of leaving anything for tomorrow. That is where the principle of sustainability came into it. You are doing what you are doing, but you do it in a better way. You are doing what you are doing, but there are losses, there are accidents, there are incidents to you, to cargo, to the ship, to the environment. So maritime safety came as a principle to regulate the industry in terms of rules and all that. And locally we say the Merchant Shipping Act, internationally we say the IMO, that provides the platform to bring together a global regulation that guides the industry. And every member state is supposed to key in to make sure they are parties to the instruments, international instruments that governs safer shipping, cleaner ocean, and secured marine environment. Those three legs: safer shipping, cleaner ocean, and secured marine environment. And the principle is that the member state who align itself to that also agrees any rule that has been adopted, domesticated, must be implemented and enforced. And the implementation and enforcement is where the structure is. At the bigger level in Masa, they say in Masa. At the smaller, LAFWA is there, NIWA is there. It's never too much to make sure that we achieve that success. And do we report? Does LAFWA report to the governor or to the commissioner for transport? Does NIWA report back to the Ministry of Transport? Does NIMASA report back to the flag, which in turn reports back to the FSI, Flag State Implementation Committee, and IMO? These are the three basic principles for you to put a maritime safety structure in place. And convention, instruments, conventions, protocols, amendments, code, resolution circulars. These are form of instrument agreed by the member states, for people to go back to their states and domesticate. In law, they say putting into effect. Putting into effect. The world, the member states have all come together to come up with a regular global regulation. Through cooperation, we all agree to, give in, give out. In IMO, the guy will tell you, is lobbying in order to pass regulations. They want to force big power on us. What we cannot meet up with, we want to say no, you have to give us concession. Anyway, we come up with these laws, regulations for shipbuilding, to regulate shipbuilding, to move ship from point A to B so that no collision at sea. Cargo packaging, be it container, be it bulk carrier. There are some cargo that they give spontaneous combustion, iron ore. at sea. Urea, if water touches, it catches fire. So regulation come how to do that. Number of passengers a boat can carry. The what we call a free board between the water line and the edge of the gunway. You know, measurement, regulations are there. The life jacket, life appliances, the equipment that you put on the ship to make the ship, the generator, the engine, noise, so that it doesn't disturb people sleeping. Because if you go on a big ship, it's like a 5-star hotel. Like a 5-star hotel. But when the weather is rough, it's like paper on the water. So the same thing with our canoe, our small boat on this lagoon and in the near coast. So we put up regulation in order to make the job safe. We put up regulation in order to prevent pollution to the environment. Because from experience, Exxon, Mobil Vasal, Amoco Cadiz, many boats, they've run aground, water has been polluted. It has taken months, 2 years to clear the pollution, the ecosystem, the animal life, fish, they have been destroyed in those coasts. I think that one happened. Britannia, the island in the English Channel, and that's why they say big ship must have double hull. Big ship must have double hull. So that if this place is punched, this place will be protected. We used to be single hull before. Double bottom and double hull. And it took time to enforce that law. Because we are a poor country, we could not enforce it 10 years after. And people only buy Tokumbo. We will not buy new ships. The maritime safety structure is put in place in order to implement and do what and enforce. Surveyors are engaged in order to monitor ship construction and then survey it and cite and give certificates to trade with. I don't know whether that's why it's doing that, whether anyone is doing that, but that is the basis of maritime safety. The training institutions must be accredited. On a bigger scale, you must report to IMO. On a smaller scale, you put people, what those people you call on at the jetty last one? Maringas, in order to be sure that the boats are not overloaded, that plastic weights are not up in water. Because the big fish, when you see some fish come on shore, whales, shark, they've taken plastic, they swallow plastic. In Okun Akodo in 1964, it was food though. Big fish came ashore and then everybody, and you know, Mamudu Midebe don't pirate. People trek all the way from Ekpe to go and see and cut fish. It is plastic. The danger of throwing plastic, like we see in Elegata. The danger of throwing oil into the water. One ship went aground. The ship was not seaworthy. As I now at Takwa Bay, Tomorrow, and the waves were eating into the beach, and the sea water was going to go into the lagoon. Look at that disaster. That is wreck, not even oil pollution into the water. So whatever we do on the water, we put on regulations in order to do it safely. You all watch Titanic, have you? Titanic sank, love story, people paid it. Main is that iceberg came off from Ireland, Greenland, and went to the coast of North England, Northeast in America, and that ship ran to it. 1912, Titanic was unsinkable, but it went down. So, safety of life at sea, SOLAS 74, protocol of 88 came into being to make sure that construction, survival equipment, navigation, because the iceberg was not sighted, you know, posting of lookout are put in place. That is the basis of safety of life at sea, modern convention. Then others came in marine pollution, MAPOL, what we call. I don't want to confuse people like that because of all these big business. But they are put in place, and even the security, solar shelter, level